Chapter 401. Your Majesty. I flinched at the voice that came from beside me. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Are you already drunk? Huh? What? Turning to my side, I saw Jupiter sitting there. The one-eyed veteran wore a familiar mischievous smile, a cup of strong liquor in one hand and a smoldering cigar in the other. She frowned beside me. This is troubling. Weren't you supposed to be my drinking partner all night today? Anyway, so here's the thing, that tiny and sharp junior, what she said to this old lady was, this was the Mercenaries Guild's bar. I glanced over the empty bottles in front of me. When did I start drinking here? I was certain that, Your Majesty? You seem really drunk. Shall we call it a night? No, I'm fine. Then please fill up this old woman's cup quickly. You haven't been pouring, and I've been babbling to myself with a dry throat. I quickly picked up the bottle in front of me and filled Jupiter's cup. At first, I was bewildered, but soon a slow smile spread across my lips. How long has it been since I drank like this with Jupiter? Hey, Jupiter. I don't know if this sounds awkward all of a sudden, but I really enjoy having a drink and talking with you like this. As I said this and poured the drink, when I turned to the side, suddenly this wasn't the Mercenaries Guild anymore. It was atop the southern wall. The smell of blood, gunpowder, and this wall, filled with the corpses of warriors, where Jupiter lay dead. Her chest was riddled with wounds from a magic bullet, and the veteran had long since breathed her last, her old black uniform drenched in blood. What is this? What's suddenly happening? Panicked, I hastily backed away. Then the scenery changed again. This was the annex next to the Lord's mansion, where the Shadow Squad stayed. Prince! Your Highness! Two young elves I hadn't seen in a while ran towards me. Old girl, always grinning and waving at me, and Skull, her face covered in scars. The two elves stood on either side of me and whined. We want to drink fruit juice. The nut-filled cookies you gave us last time were delicious. All right, kids, I'll take care of it. But wait a moment. Let me catch my breath. As I gasped for breath and looked down at them again. Thud, crackle. Old girl collapsed like a dried-up old tree. Her body drained of blood, and Skull was shattered to pieces by a blood magic bombardment. My whole body stiffened. Turning around with a creak, I ran. I ended up in front of the barracks. Kulin's brother Kureha stood there, a red-haired beastman. Kureha! Call the people. Something's wrong. Your Highness. The next moment, Kureha had transformed into a giant wolf monster. His deep, sad eyes looked at me. Give the order, please, Your Highness. And then he collapsed and died like an old tower crumbling. I ran towards the inner city, holding back a scream. In front of the alchemist's workshop, Godhand was peeking inside, holding a bouquet of tangled flowers in his hand. Was he hiding here to surprise Lily? Seeing his shy smile made my eyes burn. Godhand, thank goodness you're here. As I ran and grabbed Godhand's shoulder, whoosh, flowers scattered on the ground. Holding the bouquet, along with his prosthetic arm, leaving only the flowers scattered, Godhand disappeared without a trace. Breathing became difficult. Staggering back, I entered the temple beside me. But even here, in front of the statue of the goddess in the temple, Saintess Margarita lay fallen. An arrow pierced through her chest. Quietly, as if asleep, peacefully, breathless. Gah! I clenched my teeth and suppressed a scream as I left the temple, running through Crossroad to escape anywhere. But there was nowhere for me to escape in this city. The whole city was filled with memories of people, and thus the whole city was death. A city atop a grave. The nickname of Crossroads slowly stirred my mind. The bodies of my heroes, my soldiers, filled the city. Eventually, I couldn't bear it any longer and ran out of the city. Ha! As I opened the city gates and burst out, I saw Ken surrounded by a swarm of black spiders in the distance. That shield knight who died in the tutorial stage looked at me, then muttered in a voice mixed with tears. Damn, I knew it would come to this. The spider's claws swung, and Ken was butchered. I numbly took in the scene. The entire horizon was filled with the deaths of my people. Unable to bear it any longer, I fell to my knees. That's when it happened. Someone approached me slowly, dragging their feet beside me as I gasped for breath. Looking up, I saw a skinny old man with a beard. It was a face I couldn't forget. I called his name. Margrave. How was it? The former Lord, Margrave Charles Cross, asked with a bitter smile. Was it worth it? Protecting this city? Sacrificing your most precious things? And before I could answer, crash! His body, eaten away by rats, collapsed next to me. His broken spear and shield followed, crashing to the ground with a thunderous noise. Couldn't breathe. I just couldn't breathe. I curled up and lay down. The whole world was darkness, death, blood, and screams. It was the world I had created. There was nowhere to escape. That's when it happened. Ash! From a distance, someone faintly called my name. Snap out of it, Ash! A reaching hand snagged the back of my neck. Ash! I suddenly opened my eyes. I was sitting on the ground with Salome in front of me. Her hands were on my shoulders. Had she been shaking me awake? Gasping for breath, I ran my hand over my face. It was drenched in cold sweat. What just happened was, that bastard's doing. Salome glared at the empty space behind me. I awkwardly turned to look in that direction. There, something black and hideous writhed and hovered. A swarm of insects? No fog? Rats? Crows? Or, its form was indistinct. A mass of monstrosities pulsating as they entangled with each other. And then that dreadful something spoke. Ah, awake, are you, Ash? His voice was unmistakably that of the Plague Legion commander, raven, torn and mashed as it was. To regain consciousness even after being infected by my new plague. Indeed, your spirit is steadfast. A plague, you say? I stood up with Salami's support, my legs still shaky. That thing I just experienced, that was a plague? Yes, a new realm I've reached. A plague that not only devours flesh and mind but also rots the soul. The ultimate plague. Raven, chuckling lowly, gazed at Salome. He no longer had eyes or anything else, but his evil intent was clearly felt. Salome, I've always been curious, what kind of plague would be born if I used you as its source? Salome quickly hid behind me. Raven continued, seemingly amused. If the psychical body, which is more mentally significant than the physical one, is entirely consumed as fodder, what form would that plague take? Would my plague, which stops at the destruction of the physical body, not evolve into a new form? Raven, if that mass of monstrosity could be called a body, flung it back theatrically. But then, I realized that I was the same. I had long transcended the limits of the physical body. So I used my own mind and soul as a mold, breaking and crushing my soul, using it as wrought and material, and then, oh, I have finally reached it. Beyond the immunity of the body, beyond the mental barriers, into a new realm where even the soul rots. Even in that state, his theatrical and over-the-top way of speaking hadn't changed. I clicked my tongue. Anyway, his words were long-winded, but the summary is simple. It's an attack directly on the mind. The phantom pain used by Raven's avatar, the illusory pain, was nothing but a fake. It was just an illusion of being infected with a plague in the body. But this was different. Raven's original plague was real, eating away at the mind and swallowing the soul. A plague of mental contamination, concept contamination. Damn, that's really messed up. I clicked my tongue. A plague that acts on the mind. My passive skill, unyielding commander, is immune to all mental status abnormalities. The issue lies in the judgment of this immune state. Each status abnormality's defense score is considered immune from 100 points. For example, if the ice attribute defense score exceeds 100 points, one would not take any damage from any ice attribute attack. This is why I have been immune to any mental attacks until now. But the plague status abnormality continuously erodes this defense score. And if even 1 point is deducted, it's no longer considered immune. Damage starts to seep in little by little. Raven has become a bizarre existence called a mental plague, and it has succeeded in slightly eroding my mental defense score. Like Achilles, who was invincible except for his heel, was killed by an arrow there. His plague eroded my mental barrier, creating a gap and infiltrating my mind, showing me the terrible illusion earlier. If it happens again, can I escape it? Until now, I was immune to mental status abnormalities. Therefore, I didn't need to think of a defense. But Raven has overturned that premise. I recalled the terrible nightmare I just saw, the death of my comrades. I bit my lip until it bled and clenched my fist. Facing that wave of guilt, could I withstand it if I faced it again? I steadied my breath and racked my brain for a countermeasure. Even in this situation, Raven kept babbling on. The current me, rotting body, mind, and even soul, is truly the ultimate form of the plague. Even that arrogant king of kings will not stand a chance against me. Whoosh! Darkness glared at me. But my target is, first and foremost, you, Ash. I will melt and kill you first. And then, the now useless Salome too. I'll eradicate you together. And after that, all other Nightmare Legion commanders. Even the King of Kings. I'll rot them all. Swoosh! Raven, with the sound of thousands of insect wings, flew towards me. I will cover this lake kingdom, and the entire world, entirely with my plague dash. Raven's black mist surged like a tidal wave. That's when it happened. Someone's strong arm grabbed my waist. That same arm then grabbed Salome and sprinted backwards with us. Turning around, it was Mason. Mason, with us on his back, dashed towards the sewer. In front of the black water-filled area, Sword Demon and Spear Demon waited in a boat, oars in hand. Hurry up on the boat! In an unprecedentedly urgent tone, the two robbers shouted. Hurry dash! Chapter 402. Swoosh! The boat we were in slid into the sewage water, gliding into the sewers. Staggering on the boat, I looked around the bottom village. Ah! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Protect the gold, protect the gold. The sight of the village swept by Raven's plague was horrific. The residents scratched their plague-ridden skin, and at the same time, due to their contaminated minds, they smashed their heads on the ground. Both body and mind were collapsing. Even worse, it was contagious. Residents not yet infected tried to save others, only to be infected through unknown means, their bodies and minds similarly collapsing. Cough! It was literally a living hell. But I had no time to worry about them. I'll chase you to the ends of hell, Ash dash. Because Raven was hot on our heels. The Plague Master followed us closely, transformed into a mist. Just being swept up in his path caused the sewer water to boil with a foul stench, and the sewer pipes corroded and crumbled. We're done for if he catches us, love. Don't worry. No matter how powerful a Nightmare Legion commander is. Despite the critical situation, Sword Demon and Spear Demon calmly rowed the boat, advancing it. Sword Demon steered the boat with a fierce gaze at Raven. He can't navigate these bottom tunnels faster than me. Swoosh! Aligned with the time of the flood, the black rainwater already filled and swirled in the sewers. The boat was pushed into the giant sewer, swirling like a black whirlpool. Like a leaf on a stormy sea, the boat rocked precariously. But Sword Demon and Spear Demon expertly navigated the boat, maintaining their balance. The speed of the swirling rainwater was terrifying. Riding its current, the boat sped forward at an incredible pace. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Come to me. Your body, your mind, your soul dash. Raven, transformed into a mist, shrieked eerily, stretching out his hand towards us. But the boat narrowly avoided his hand, and Mason countered his close-reaching hand with a giant claw strike. Are you okay? Barely. I'm fine. Mason's nails corroded and fell off, but with another effort, new ones grew back. Such is the convenience of beast transformation. Swoosh dash! The giant sewer twisted and turned, splitting into several paths, then merging again, like a maze. The boat continued to twist and turn, escaping the labyrinth. Raven, less agile, started to lag behind us. Ash dash! As we continued to ride the boat deep into the sewer, Raven's voice grew more distant until it could no longer be heard. Did we lose him? Sword Demon and Spear Demon kept the boat moving fast without letting their guard down, but having tangled with Nightmare Legion commanders for a long time, I felt it instinctively. We had shaken off Raven's pursuit. Phew! Wiping the sweat from my brow, I finally checked the condition of my party members. Thankfully, or perhaps miraculously, Salome, Mason, Sword Demon, and Spear Demon seemed relatively unscathed from the plague. Thanks to my mental defense passive skill, Unyielding Commander, and its wide-ranging effect against all diseases, they were able to protect themselves from Raven's plague. But, just as my Unyielding Commander was breached earlier and I fell victim to his mental plague, they too could have their minds infiltrated and be subjected to horrific hallucinations. Thankfully, my all-disease immunity still held up due to its high defense score, but the situation was still precarious. What the hell is this? He's not some kind of Pokemon evolution. I gritted my teeth thinking about Raven, who had entered his own hidden phase alone. At that moment, Sword Demon and Spear Demon, who had been silently rowing, spoke up. It seems we've shaken off the pursuit. Now we just need to make it to the surface. Just sit tight. We'll be out in no time. Looking at their backs at the prow, I hesitantly asked, what will happen to the people in the village? Before escaping the bottom village, I saw it clearly. The people of the village suffering from Raven's plague baptism. What will happen to them? The two silent robbers reluctantly answered. All our villagers have received the curse of immortality. We cannot die. So, if the plague doesn't heal, we will suffer until the end of the world. I was horrified by their matter-of-fact tone. How can you say that so calmly? What's the difference? Sword Demon looked back at me with a smirk. Do you think life searching for gold in these depths for 500 years is enjoyable and happy? Either way, it's the same as living a life worse than death. Just one more plague added to the mix. Spear Demon took over the conversation. You might not know, guest, but we have experienced things far worse than this plague. Worse things? 500 years ago, when the Lake Kingdom suddenly sank beneath the lake, what do you think happened to the people? Spear Demon stared intently at the black water filling and flowing through the sewer. They drowned in the sunken city. But since everyone was under the curse of immortality, no one could die. Unable to breathe, clutching their painful lungs filled with water, endlessly suffering in the water. I thought about the scale of the Lake Kingdom I had seen from above. A city-state nearly the size of the imperial capital, New Terra. If such a large city had completely sunk beneath the lake, how many? The Demon King made us an offer as we fell into that living hell. Sword Demon continued. He said he'd let us escape this painful reality, that he'd let us sleep peacefully. In exchange, the nightmares we dream would be his. The vast majority of the Lake Kingdom's residents surrendered to the Demon King then, and, wrapped in black cocoons, they fell, dreaming nightmares for the Demon King. The human-shaped black cocoons I had seen continuously since entering the depths of the Lake Kingdom. They were all, once people living in the Lake Kingdom. Then, what about the survivors who didn't turn into black cocoons? We endured, for 100 years, until the water drained from the Lake Kingdom. 100 years. Enduring the agony of drowning. For 100 years? We who have endured 100 years of drowning will not succumb to this mere plague. We immortals have our own way of living. So, don't worry about us. After you safely get out of here, just bring loads of gold. Sword Demon and Spear Demon refocused on steering the boat. I clenched my fist, looking at their backs, and then, gathering my resolve, I spoke. Let's go back. What? Everyone seated in the small boat looked at me. I said more forcefully. Let's go back. Let's go back and defeat this plague. Defeat Raven. The one who reacted with a stunned face was Salome. What nonsense are you spouting, Ash? That guy broke through your mental barrier. Even I, a succubus queen, couldn't overcome that barrier, but he did. If it were only a mental barrier, I wouldn't say a word, but the essence of that monster is a plague that decays the flesh. You might have been lucky to eat that fruit and gain resistance to the plague, but if by some chance it breaks through, you'll taste the true torment of hell. Mason also vehemently opposed with a hoarse voice. I know you are usually reckless, but this time, I just can't understand it. Even if we go back, how do you plan to defeat the Plague Legion commander with just 5 of us, when it would be a tough fight even with an army? I lifted my tired eyes to look at the people on the raft. I'm not saying I don't want to run away right this instant. The illusion I had just experienced at the hands of that thing was truly horrifying. The last thing I wanted to see, the deaths of the comrades I had lost. If I saw something like that again, my mental fortitude might not hold. But I am someone who aims for the true ending. A player who has to plan out until the end of this game. We have to defeat it here. Raven's plague has evolved in a grotesque direction. Already a damn nuisance for potentially causing permanent injuries to our allies and spreading decay and contamination throughout the entire city if it invaded Crossroad, it has now become an even more terrifying entity that damages the mind. If that plague were to leak out of the Lake Kingdom, Crossroad, no, the entire world, might fall into ruin in an instant, while it is still here in the Lake Kingdom. We must eradicate it before it seriously increases its followers. I have a strategy to defeat it, even though it consumed a strange evolution stone and caused a mutation on its own. If its essence is still the Plague Legion Commander Raven, I have a way to defeat it. A method of extermination I established during the game. It's actually harder if we have more people. A small, elite group is ideal. The Plague Legion's damage exponentially increases with the number of people on our side. As few as possible, honestly speaking. It's ideal to form a party with those who can be sacrificed, who won't mind being infected by the plague. I spoke frankly as I looked around at the party members. Immortals who cannot die, the Sword Demon and Spear Demon. Mason, a half-human, half-beast on the brink of death. Salome, who I would have to defeat eventually anyway. She'll probably run away using escape reality, if things go south. With this party composition, I can deploy them in the operation to defeat Raven without any guilt. I was blunt about it. I'm dragging you all into a suicide mission. Salome, who had been quietly listening to the story, looked at me with trembling eyes. We might be okay with it, but Ash, what about you? I sighed and nodded. Raven's plague, once he is defeated, will disappear entirely. While the damage already inflicted cannot be healed, the plague itself will disappear. No matter how widely it has spread, it will lose its source and power and vanish. That's because the basis of the plague is Raven's malice. So, I just need to kill him before I die. Salome seemed astounded and tried to say more, but I turned away. The Sword Demon and Spear Demon, who had stopped the boat, were glaring at me with fierce eyes. Quite the funny guest we have here. Why do you think we would follow your orders? I silently took out a piece of paper from my pocket and showed it to them. The oath we had written and shared with each other back then. The Desperation Homeward Band will assist Ash until he escapes the dungeon. Once the dungeon escape is successful, Ash will pay half of his wealth to the Desperation Homeward Band. That's right. It's not about helping to escape. It's about until the escape. Whatever I ask them to do, whatever happens, they have to help me. You see the seal here? You too, you must cooperate with me until I escape. What the hell? This damn thing. The Sword Demon and Spear Demon hastily checked their own copies of the oath and clutched their heads as if they had been struck. I gazed at them and began to speak. When the Lake Kingdom was submerged, the other survivors gave up on reality. They chose to escape into nightmares rather than suffer eternal torment in life. But you people from the bottom town chose a reality even more terrible than nightmares. Why? The sword demon and spear demon exchanged glances, hesitating, then spoke. To exist. To become human. They crumpled the oath and tucked it away again, continuing, that's why we spent our whole lives gathering gold. Spinning nightmares in a cocoon for a demon lord wasn't our dream. I feel the same. I nodded. I still want to remain human. A little while ago, when I last looked back at the bottom town, I locked eyes with the little guy I shared the fruit with. He quietly waved at me, his body stained red, being consumed by the plague, yet he waved like he was bidding farewell to a departing friend, with a peaceful face. If I fail to deal with Raven in time, the villagers and that kid might writhe in agony for hundreds of years, their minds and bodies eaten away by the plague. Sigh. I exhaled and slowly rose to my feet. I am scared. Of the nightmare Raven showed me. Of all the people I've caused to die. This guilt weighing down on my shoulders. But, however, I know something even scarier. Bro, I could have saved him. I could have reached out. The small life I turned away from and ignored. I know painfully well that the regret of missing an opportunity without even trying to fight is greater than the regret after fighting and losing. I want to save them, the people within my reach. Still, I want to save them. So, no matter how arduous, horrific, and painful this battle is, I will not back down. Let's go. Standing upright, straightening my back, gathering all the courage I might have left, I declared, to kill the monster and protect the people, hoping that the flag I once abandoned is still within me. Chapter 403. Swoosh. The boat cuts through the water, changing direction. The sewer system was connected throughout the Lake Kingdom, and the sword demon and spear demon skillfully steered the boat, making a wide detour. There's a place where the water flows backward whenever there's a flood. We'll use it to return to the depths of the Lake Kingdom. Honestly, it's pitch dark all around, and with the direction constantly changing, I can't tell if we're going up or down, left or right. But since there's nothing else I can do on the boat, I just sat quietly trusting these two robbers. And after racing through the darkness for a while, whoosh, just as I thought the water was shooting up high, suddenly the boat was flung into the air. Even while panicking, I quickly surveyed my surroundings. It looks familiar. Here is the towering skyscrapers drenched in rain, and the darkness rippling like waves. It's the central fountain plaza of the 10th zone. We really had returned to the very heart of the Lake Kingdom. Hit the mark exactly. This fountain overflows with filthy water during the flood. Indeed, the fountain that used to spout clear water just a few days ago was now overflowing with black sewage. Even though I thought the fountain was quite large, I never imagined a boat carrying 5 people could be ejected from it. This fountain was a showcase of the Lake Kingdom's magical prowess. It used to draw up sewage and purify it with purification magic. But in a world submerged in dirty water like this, even the finest purification magic couldn't withstand it, and the fountain in front of the royal palace began to emit a foul odor like a sewer. When the world comes to this, slaves and royalty alike all stink the same, don't they? Hee hee. That's why you're as beautiful as a queen. Oh, you old man, always making a fuss. The two robbers casually chatted and steered the boat to land beside the fountain. It seems like the peak of the flood, with almost torrential black rain pouring from the sky. The area around the fountain is a complete mess. Tui. Standing up in the pouring rain, I spat out the rainwater that got into my mouth. This isn't acid rain, is it? No, it feels even worse than that. Prince. Mason called me with a slightly tense voice. Why? Mason pointed towards the distant street with a grim look, and I frowned at the sight. White smiling masks. A legion wearing those masks. The Nightcrawler unit, clad in raincoats, was approaching us. Their pale faces floating in the torrential rain were incredibly eerie. The 5 of us tensed up, preparing for battle, but soon realized that our opponents were not in their right minds. The Nightcrawler members were all staggering as if injured, some even falling forward as they walked. What's going on? Crown, leading them, approached me and gasped for breath. That's when I realized why they were in this state. His face inside the mask was covered in red and purple rashes, and the skin visible through his disheveled clothes was darkly discolored. They were affected by Raven's plague. Where are you going, Ash? Crown asked laboriously. There was no need to beat around the bush. I answered succinctly, to kill Raven. Swoosh! In the dead streets of the blackened city, only the sound of rain hitting the ground was loud. Crown, who had been staring at me intently, coughed violently and then slowly straightened up. He then said, "We'll cooperate." Right now, he is indiscriminately spreading the plague within the kingdom. All the monster legions have holed up in their bases, and my men and I, who tried to stop it, have already been afflicted. Crown clutched his mask with trembling hands. The pain of the body decaying is bearable, but the mind melting, that's harder to endure. You say that, but aren't you moving quite well? I almost lost my sanity and died from hallucinations as soon as I was infected. But these guys, though staggering, are still walking around. Crown then bitterly smiled from behind his mask. Every day is hell anyway. So even if his plague shows us hellish hallucinations as it melts our minds, it's not unbearable, just more horrific. Despite his bravado, Crown's men were collapsing one by one as we spoke. We need to hurry. Explain the plan. Crown gestured to me. I began to speak. The key to defeating Raven is always the same. We have to attack his main body. But we don't know where his main body is roaming right now. Right? So, we make it so he has no choice but to come to us. I explained my strategy to everyone. As they listened to my plan, Crown and the Nightcrawler unit, as well as my party members, all looked incredulous. Yeah. Just hearing it, it seems like a disconcerting plan. But I am the human side's grand strategist who has taken down 4 Nightmare Legion commanders. My past victories prove it. In this world, there is no commander better at killing Nightmare Legion commanders than me, and no hunter more skilled in dealing with them. After I finished explaining the plan, Crown let out a long sigh. Outrageous. Can that really work against Raven? You're not going to follow it? At my question, Crown glanced toward the city. You know what, Ash? Among monsters, the King of Kings does not interfere in civil wars. And now, as Raven's raging plague spreads throughout the Lake Kingdom, the other Nightmare Legion commanders have hidden in their bases, not wanting to suffer needless harm. Crown looked at me intently again. So, the only person who can realistically kill Raven is you. Good thing this guy is quick to catch on. Then Crown slowly nodded. All right, we'll follow that plan. When do we start? I gave a sly smile. Right now. In the pouring rainstorm, Raven's consciousness was blurred. If he was once the one who controlled the plague, now he had become the plague itself. Having lost both body and soul, what remained was a drifting self-awareness. Only swirling anger. As hot air blasted over the cold city, the corrupted atmosphere whirled around at Raven's will, slowly rotting everything in its vicinity. Boom! Boom boom! Buildings with decayed pillars collapsed like dominoes. This isn't right. Standing amidst the crumbling ancient towers, Raven spat out in an unclear voice. This isn't what it should be. This Lake Kingdom had been destroyed 500 years ago. It's been a hell for a long time. No matter how much he decays and corrodes this place, the plague cannot achieve real effect. It's like dropping a few drops of ink on a black canvas. I need to decay a world where people are alive. That's right. Let's go outside. Not to the hell under this lake, but to a bright world outside. Basking in the sunlight, let's pour hell upon the lives of these lively, happy humans. Because the reason he became a plague-bearer was, ha! Raven emitted a dumbfounded groan. What was it again? Why did he start researching decay? There was a time when he was just a normal human, a normal doctor. A time when he lived a peaceful, ordinary life like everyone else. But why? How did it come to this? Anyway, it's fine. Raven, now a grotesque, smog-like existence, slowly moved himself towards the surface, towards the main gate of the Lake Kingdom. Yes, forget the past. Let's be true to our instincts now. Just a bit to the north lies the world of humans. Was it called Crossroad? He heard it's a small city, but there should be plenty of lives to kill and decay. He didn't get permission to march from the King of Kings, but now it doesn't matter. All he needs is something living to decay. Because the reason he became a plague bearer was, ugh! That's when it hit him. Raven sensed something and stopped. His dark form, heading towards the surface, suddenly turned around. What is this? His consciousness focused on the depths of the Lake Kingdom, towards the 10th zone, his stronghold. Could this be? Lake Kingdom, 10th zone. The farm. On the land that seemed more like a blast site than a farm due to its decay and collapse. Flutter. I planted a flag. This land. At the same time I declared. I proclaim this as the territory of the Empire. Whoosh. Magic power flowed out of my body, forming a gray fortress in the area. It was a crude flag, just any cloth attached to a rough iron rod, but it was sufficient for Imperial Edict. I smirked. Imperial Edict not only forms a magical fortress, but also declares a conquest battle. If you win this conquest battle, you can forcibly take control of the area. So, using Imperial Edict at Raven's stronghold to trigger a forced conquest battle. Raven, the owner of this farm, would have to be notified of the intrusion. And naturally, he would realize that I was the only one capable of orchestrating such a plot. So, no matter where he is in the world right now, he would have no choice but to return, to defend his territory, and to kill me. It didn't take long for Raven to show up. He was still squirming in a hideous form, running away like a rat, and now you return so boldly, right into my farm. You're fearless. It's a bit ironic to hear that from someone who brings a horde of rats. Indeed, trailing behind him like black smoke or slime were rats, insects, crows, or what used to be them, now half-melted and jelly-like. A ghastly sight. If you were going to walk right into my hands, I'm grateful. Raven, hovering in the air, gathered his strength. Then, I'll rot you to nothing, Ash. Swoosh. He flew towards me, towards my gray fortress, spewing malice and stench. Stick to the plan, Crown. I gestured to Crown, standing in front of me on the fortress wall. Buy us time. Damn it. So this is my role. Didn't you join knowing this? Now hurry. Crown, cursing, leaned forward and put a gray flute to his lips. Squeak. The flute in Crown's mouth emitted a high pitch. As the sound of the flute echoed, the rats, bugs, and crows that had been following Raven suddenly began attacking him instead. It was Crown, the Pied Piper in action after a long time, with his ability to forcibly control monsters at his will. However, you ungrateful swine, forgetting the favor I've done for you. Whoosh! The abominations that had turned against Raven melted into bloody puddles in an instant. Raven showed no mercy, even to beings that were once his minions. After clearing them out, Raven, emitting a dense toxic fog, charged towards us again. In a flash, Raven's black, smog-like form soared over the fortress walls. Block him with your bodies, Crown shouted as he lunged forward, followed by the Nightcrawler unit colliding with Raven. Whoosh dash! Though I'm not sure if it could be called a collision. The members of the unit wearing the white smiling masks were swept up in the plague, their skin rotting, bones dissolving, blood pouring out of their bodies. But, true to their immortal nature, enduring pain no ordinary human could withstand, they stood their ground, and Raven cackled maniacally, taking his time to crush each of them. Good. Stand your ground. Try to last even a second longer. That will make the effort I put into cultivating this decay all the more worthwhile. Watching this horrific scene, I took a deep breath. What I'm about to use is a special gimmick that can only be used once against Raven. Using it at the wrong time would be a waste, making it difficult to kill Raven. That's why I've been waiting for the right moment. But now there's no need to hold back. Just as Raven's black form grabbed Crown by the collar and was about to inject poison into his lips, I gathered my strength and said, "I solemnly swear that I will dedicate my life to serving humanity." Then, suddenly, Raven's movement froze, as if by magic. My party members, who had been tensely waiting around me, the Nightcrawler unit members dying in blood, and Crown, grabbed by the collar by Raven, everyone at the scene stopped in sheer surprise, clearly frozen. But the most bewildered was Raven himself. He stood motionless, seemingly unable to comprehend what was happening, then turned his smog-like body towards me and muttered dumbfoundedly, "Ha!" Chapter 404. Raven looked down at himself, unable to move properly, and let out a bewildered voice. "What's this? Why have I stopped moving?" "Well, your soul might be rotten enough to be used as fertilizer. But it seems this oath is still etched in your memory." I named the oath I had just recited the first line of. The Protector of Humanity Oath. Like doctors on Earth recite the Hippocratic Oath. This was the oath doctors in the Lake Kingdom swore upon receiving their license, in front of the people in the city square. Raven's smog-like body shuddered backward as if hit by a wave. I smirked. "So, you remember now? Impossible. Back when you were a sane human, on the day you received your medical license, you recited this oath in the city square. In the game, there's a tablet found in the hospital dungeon. This tablet contains the Protector of Humanity Oath, along with a note left by someone. In honor of all the protectors who fought against the plague, when encountering Raven after reading this tablet, a gimmick becomes available to recite the contents of the tablet to him. The effect lasts only one turn but results in complete immobilization. In the game, whether or not this gimmick was used made a huge difference in the difficulty of clearing the boss. So, before confronting Raven, I always prioritized conquering the hospital dungeon. But in this reality, there was no need to visit that dungeon. I had recited this oath so many times in the game that I had memorized it. I continued to recite the Protector of Humanity Oath. First, I shall abide by all laws and systems for the benefit of humanity. Stop it. Second, I shall always follow the highest moral and ethical standards, no matter the situation. Stop. Just stop. Raven cried out in agony. Why does this monster, fallen into a pit of evil, react to such an oath? Who knows? Some people remember they were human by looking at gold coins, others by looking at portraits. Maybe some remember they were once human when they hear the oath they once recited. But what's certain is that this works as a gimmick for the strategy. And so, I will actively use it for the boss kill. Third, from this moment forward, I shall live for the welfare and happiness of humanity in suffering. Stop it. I said stop. Raven, scattering a terrible aura, charged at me. But Crown, the Nightcrawler unit, and now the Sword Demon and Spear Demon, stepped forward and blocked him with their bodies. Of course, I don't stop. Fourth, I shall respect all life, and will not tolerate any life being neglected or disregarded. Raven keeps advancing, rotting and burning all life in front of him. Fifth, I will always use all my knowledge and abilities to work for the survival of humanity. Even though he's hindered, Raven still managed to crush the immortals in front of him with all his malice and curses. As Raven, swept in with a hot gust of wind, finally reached in front of me. Sixth, as a guardian of humanity, I fully understand my responsibilities and duties, and based on this understanding, I voluntarily commit to performing all these clauses. I was already reading the last line of the oath. Looking straight ahead, focusing on his blurred form, I uttered the final sentence. I solemnly swear that, and then, Raven completely stopped. Right in front of us, his smog-like form frozen as if it had turned to ice. The complete immobilization effect provided by this gimmick lasts for one turn. just 3 minutes. I have to kill him within these 3 minutes. Everyone. I looked at my party members and shouted, "Finish him off." In his immobilized state, Raven was seeing his past. A distant past, hundreds of years ago, when he was still human. In the Lake Kingdom, being a doctor was a scorned profession. In this advanced city, always shrouded in the miracles of magic, the royalty and citizens never needed to rely on medicine. Any illness could be cleanly cured with just a few spells. As magic advanced, it increasingly took responsibility for people's health. Medicine naturally lost its authority. However, there was still a need for doctors. Among the slave class, the non-citizens in the kingdom, who didn't receive the benefits of magic. They needed scalpels, bandages, and medicine, as they couldn't bask in the light of magic. Though they were scorned and called non-citizens, they were indispensable for handling all sorts of menial tasks within the city. Doctors were always needed to ensure their survival, so medicine managed to maintain its existence. During this decline of medicine, a boy was born. He belonged to the high-ranking citizens of the Lake Kingdom close to royalty and nobility. As a child, the boy suffered from an unidentified epidemic and was left with aftereffects that magic couldn't cure. He was completely healed by a doctor in the kingdom. From that day, the boy decided to pursue medicine. Despite opposition from his parents, relatives, and even neighboring nobles, the boy stubbornly studied medicine and eventually joined the hospital where the doctor who cured him worked as an intern. It was then that his family completely disowned him. After a long internship and showing talent, the boy obtained his medical license. The day he read the Protector of Humanity oath, aloud in the city square with a clear voice. "I solemnly swear that I will dedicate my life to serving humanity." Everyone mocked the noble boy who threw his life into a despised discipline, dealing only with non-citizens. Choosing a dirty and lowly path over the clear road of nobility, the boy among swans was called a crow, mockingly nicknamed Raven. Ironically, the boy liked the nickname and started referring to himself as Raven. Raven, being from a noble family, was also talented in magic. He combined magic with conventional medicine. This treatment, which he called magical medicine, was highly effective, not only treating non-citizens but also rare incurable diseases of the citizens and royalty. If you combine magic and medicine, there's no disease you can't cure. Young Raven was always confident. However, many frowned upon his attempts. The city's mages disdained the idea of combining sacred magic with something as mundane as medicine. Many were worried about the secrets of magic leaking to non-citizens. Even among his fellow medical practitioners, opinions were divided. Traditional medicine had always been a separate independent path from magic, able to treat what magic couldn't reach. There was widespread fear that combining the two would eventually let magic overpower medicine. Raven faced ostracization even among his fellow doctors. He was openly scorned as a white crow trying to mix with the black. But Raven didn't care. He had no doubt that he was walking the path of truth. Above all, Raven had always received support from his mentor, the doctor who cured him as a child. "What does it matter what means are used? I know you're a medical practitioner who works harder than anyone to save lives. Don't worry about what others say. Follow the path you believe in." Thus, young Raven continued his research. As his reputation grew day by day, and he became accustomed to the envious glances from other medical practitioners, the city's Tower of Magic started to take notice of him. Then a plague broke out in the Lake Kingdom. It was a vicious plague. While the inner parts of the kingdom, always under the effect of purification magic, remained tranquil, the outer zones were devastated by the plague. Non-citizens were rotting alive. Corpses piled up in alleys, and smoke from burning bodies filled the air. Raven realized immediately upon encountering this plague that it was beyond the current medical capabilities of the Lake Kingdom. Desperately, he tried to create a cure using all his knowledge of magic. However, his understanding of magic was shallow, and he failed to derive a formula for a plague cure. "No, this can't be." Trembling, Raven looked toward the hospital entrance. Fellow doctors, wearing crow masks for protection against the poison, were preparing to go back to the non-citizen residential areas. Most of the doctors were already afflicted with the plague, but they were quietly gathering bandages and medicinal supplies, coughing blood-laced coughs. "Stop it!" Raven, rushing out, spoke in a trembling voice. But the doctors ignored him and started leaving one by one. "Stop it, please. You'll all die." Someone stood in front of Raven, trying to stop him. It was his mentor. "Raven, we are doctors and there are people suffering from the disease outside." His mentor, coughing, whispered kindly, "Have you forgotten the oath we took? As protectors of humanity, we have a duty to treat them to the best of our abilities." "But, Master, there's no medicine yet. Isn't this a death sentence?" "No, it's not. We're administering test drugs to patients on site, adjusting the medication based on their reactions. We're seeing meaningful therapeutic results." His mentor's thin hand rested on Raven's shoulder. "Raven, I don't have the talent for magic like you. I simply follow my experience, treating symptoms, trying to improve the patient's condition. More concerned about saving the person in front of me than pursuing academic truth." "No, Master, you are. But it's because of this simple approach that we can find answers." Behind the crow mask, it seemed like his mentor's warm smile was visible. "Raven, stay here. I'll create the medicine for this plague. Continue creating treatments using magical applications." With that, the doctors left for the battlefield. Gritting his teeth, Raven ran to the Tower of Magic. "Please help. We need magic application immediately. If we don't act now, everyone living on the outskirts of the city will face a terrible disaster." "But we refuse." The mages of the tower refused. "Magic requires a rightful cost. Non-citizens neither have the means to pay this cost nor the right to receive magic treatment. If cost is the issue, I'll give my entire fortune. Just. It's not about money, Raven." The mage looked sternly at Raven without blinking. "Magic is a noble study for the citizens of the Lake Kingdom. Non-citizens do not fall under this category. People's lives are at stake, and you're talking about. All the mages in the kingdom are well aware of your actions. We will not cooperate with someone who has insulted magic." With a sneer, the doors of the tower closed. "Deal with it using your so-called magical medicine." Bang! Raven tirelessly visited numerous towers in the kingdom, but the response was the same everywhere. Finally, Raven went to the government office to warn that people outside would die en masse if nothing was done, only to hear an absurd response. "If the non-citizens die, we can simply replace them from outside the kingdom." What? The city was already cluttered and troublesome. Now is a good opportunity to automate all the menial tasks with magic. "Oh, this should be formally proposed to the royal family." "Shut your insane babble, you madman." After punching the official, who was coolly spouting madness, Raven was thrown out of the government office. Returning to the hospital, Raven put on the last remaining crow mask, an unpainted white one. Then, Raven stepped into the heart of the plague. 3 days later, when he found his mentor and colleagues, inside the tent set up as an emergency treatment center, doctors wearing black crow masks were all dead, cold. In their last moments, they were still researching the combination of drugs, dead over the table strewn with vials and flasks. In the innermost part of the tent, his mentor was still barely breathing. "Raven, you came. Master. Here, the formula for the medicine. If prepared like this, it can immunize against the plague and alleviate symptoms." As Raven's trembling hands took the paper with the formula, his mentor grasped his wrist. "Understand, Raven. Don't harbor hatred. Yes. Pass this wisdom to the next generation." Behind the crow mask, the mentor's eyes, red with blood, sparkled. "Create the medicine and let our sacrifice be the next step for humanity. We fought for that. Don't hate or resent. Never forget the oath we took." Thud. The mentor's arm dropped to the ground. Raven, holding back his tears, pocketed the formula. Then he stood up with a determined expression. Raven tested the completed medicine on himself and several patients, verifying its effectiveness. He then went to the government office to request facilities for mass production and distribution. This medicine was built upon everyone's death at the hospital. If you provide the facilities for its production, we can overcome the plague. But the official nonchalantly examined the vial Raven offered and then, clang, threw it to the floor, shattering it. Raven's eyes widened in fury. What? What are you doing, you maniac? Do you know what this medicine is? As Raven lunged forward, other staff restrained him. The official laughed mockingly. Haven't you heard the news, Raven? Such a medicine is no longer needed. What? The gracious king of the Lake Kingdom has issued a mobilization order to all the towers. Mages are already spreading purification magic in the non-citizen residential areas. The plague will be suppressed in no time. Raven's face turned blank. Looking down at Raven, the official burst into laughter. Praise the king's mercy for bestowing magic even on non-citizens. And hopefully, you'll realize how inferior your medicine is compared to magic. Ha ha ha. And it was just as he said. The plague that consumed the lives of countless non-citizens and numerous doctors was easily cleaned up by the mages in a ridiculously effortless manner. Raven sat down, dumbfounded, watching the back alleys of the Lake Kingdom, now cleared of all disease, in less than a day. Mages passed by, mocking Raven as they went. With such power, why? Raven muttered quietly. Why didn't you help? Why did you just watch as they died? Raven looked at his own hands. His body, already infected with the disease, was half-rotted but was now slowly recovering. It was then Raven realized. They don't understand. The pain caused by the disease. Always enveloped in the blessings of magic, never having experienced illness, they wouldn't know. Nor the pain of discrimination, the pain of inequality. They wouldn't know because they had never experienced it. Then I'll make you understand. Putting the crow mask back on, which he had thrown to the ground, the pain of the body decaying, the helplessness of being unable to do anything while patients, colleagues, and my mentor died before my eyes, the despair spreading uncontrollably, all the deaths they had to endure for not being considered human. I'll make you understand, without fail. Raven resolved to create a plague so powerful that it would transcend even the magic of the Lake Kingdom. No, a plague powerful enough to surpass all the contradictions of this world. His mentor's last words, the oath he took when becoming a doctor, the resolve of his younger days to save people, all had already corroded and vanished in the face of hatred. Raven headed to the hospital ward where patients still infected with the plague, not yet fully cured, were admitted. Bang! Raven roughly opened the door to the ward. Patients who had recovered thanks to Raven's medicine greeted him happily upon his arrival. Hello, doctor. Doctor. Thanks to you, I'm better now. How can we ever repay you? Everyone. Raven looked around at the people he had saved with a faint smile, then asked in a chilling voice, I need volunteers for an experiment with a new medicine. Will you help? That day, one good died in this world, and one evil was born. Chapter 405. One turn, 3 minutes in complete nullification state, Raven remained. He just floated in the air, and now it was just a matter of attacking and killing him during these 3 minutes. Whoa! What the hell is going on? Sword Demon and Spear Demon, who had hurled their swords and spears towards Raven, let out bewildered groans. Their attacks merely crossed the empty air, slicing through the flickering shadow of Raven. They were unable to inflict any damage on him. The soul core, I can't see it? Is this bastard really the main body? It's definitely the main body. But why dash? Just then, Mason, who had savagely scratched Raven's body with his claws, ground his teeth. This monster, he doesn't have a soul core. Is that even possible? Even the vampiric monsters of the Blood Clan, though their bodies were jelly-like and made of blood, had a soul core. The primary rule for monsters is to perish if they lose their soul core. But how could Raven exist before us without a soul core? So, I used my spirit and soul as the matrix. I shattered and broke my soul, using it as rotting material. I remembered what he said when he attacked me in the slum village. I muttered in frustration. It's not a metaphor. You literally sacrificed your soul? Yes. Then, Raven's voice resounded. The 3 minutes had already passed. Damn it. I burned the last bit of my soul as an offering. That's why I have transcended monsters and escaped the world's laws, becoming a plague. Raven, having regained his senses and escaped the nullified state, let out an evil laugh. With such resolve, how do you plan to stop me? CK. I desperately racked my brain. Think. How to kill an opponent without a body or a soul core. There must be a way, there must be. Ash, thanks to you, I dreamt of a distant past. Thank you. My hatred has only solidified. But Raven didn't seem to give me any time. Have you used up all your prepared moves, human? Then now it's my turn. Raven's smog-like form suddenly compressed. Be swallowed by nightmares. Sink down. Drown in the memories you fear the most. Chalk. Like a burst sprinkler, it sprayed droplets all around. It was not something that could be avoided. Like acid rain dissolving marble, mental barriers melted away, and black shadows infiltrated my mind. I'm done for. I laughed bitterly. Then, what? Suddenly, it felt like someone was embracing me from behind. Your Highness. I flinched at the voice next to me. What's the matter, Your Highness? Are you already drunk? Oh. Suddenly, I was in the Mercenary Guild's bar. Next to me sat Jupiter. The one-eyed veteran, with a familiar mischievous smile, held a cup of liquor in one hand and a smoking cigar in the other, furrowing her brow at my side. This is troublesome. Weren't you supposed to be my drinking buddy all night today? This scene. I remember it. Jupiter. I urgently grabbed the old soldier's shoulder. Jupiter's only eye widened in surprise. Your Highness? What's suddenly the matter? I'm here. I looked around, grinding my teeth. You must never go to the front line. Understand. But when I looked back at Jupiter, she was already lying on the city walls, spilling blood from her chest, ravaged by magic bullets. Before my dazed self, the nightmare I had once seen replayed, piece by piece. Prince. Your Highness. Old girl and Skull came running with smiles. Then, thud, crack, like a dried-up tree drained of all blood. He died, shattered into pieces by the blood magic. Eat plenty. It's our tribe's traditional dish. Koreha, who had served me dinner with a kind smile, his body, crack, snap, twisted and deformed grotesquely, transforming into a giant wolf monster, and soon fell dead. In this city, you are an indispensable person. Margarita said that to me as I sat on the mansion's bed. Then she left. Don't overdo it from now on. And then she fell struck by an arrow, quietly, in front of the temple's goddess statue. And again, I saw God-Hand sitting on a bench in front of the alchemist's workshop, shyly smiling as she waited for her lover, holding a flower in one hand. Wish. In the next moment, he vanished, leaving only withered flowers scattered around. Damn. I knew it would come to this. At the destroyed forward base, Ken, with a sad face, is slaughtered in front of the legs of black spiders. People's blood stains the ground. Death, death, death. All the guilt I must carry for a lifetime once again filled the horizon. I couldn't breathe and fell to my knees on the ground. Look. Then a voice came from above. I barely managed to lift my trembling head. Don't avoid it, look. All these are the lives you've reaped. Ven. Raven was floating in the sky. In a world filled with death, the Plague Lord reigned alone in the void, like a black sun. To more effectively kill your mind, I've infiltrated your psyche myself. Well, thanks for the concern. You're holding up better than before. Have you developed a resistance? Or is your guilt that shallow? Raven let out a low laugh, then stirred his body, pouring down another dark rainstorm. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll repeat it thousands, tens of thousands of times, until you completely break. Every droplet he poured out represented the death of my comrades. I closed my eyes tightly. I couldn't bear it, not even once more. Then, click, the sound of an umbrella opening. Swoosh, the raindrops did not touch me. I looked to the side in surprise, and there, hello, darling? Salome stood there, covering me with a strikingly bright pink umbrella in this dark world, smiling brightly. Ha!
No.
Both Raven and I were startled. Salome? Witch, how did you get here? Humph. Underestimating a succubus too much, aren't you? Salome crossed her arms and shrugged. Raven, you made a hole in Ash's mental barrier. Naturally, I can use that hole too. You, vexing succubus. Don't interfere with my work. Then Salome, still holding the umbrella over me, placed her other hand on my shoulder. Ash, I'd like to keep holding this umbrella over you forever, but unfortunately, everyone has to face the rain someday. Salome smiled broadly, then, so look properly. Click. She folded the umbrella. If you have to face it to the end properly. Swoosh. The nightmare's downpour swept over me, and what unfolded was a painful memory, no different from before. Jupiter lay dead. She was on the city walls, bleeding from her chest, ravaged by magic bullets. At that horrific sight, I involuntarily turned my head away. Then Salome, standing beside me, shouted, "Don't turn away, Ash. This is the world you created. This is the path you've walked so far. So." Salome's voice was stern, yet warm. "Look properly. To the end properly." I gritted my teeth and clenched my fists, and looked ahead again. Then, I saw. Junior was laying Jupiter's head on her knee, whispering something to Jupiter, who lay fallen. Jupiter breathed her last with a peaceful face. Junior held Jupiter's body and wailed for a long time. And then, Junior wiped her tear-streaked face, stood up straight, took a deep breath, and with a determined look, she stood up. The scene changed. Bodybag and Burnout were seen grieving, collecting the bodies of Old Girl and Skull. The two young elves cried as if the world was ending, and then, holding each other's hands, wiping each other's tears, they stood up. The scene changed. Kureha's body, turned into a monster and killed, was seen. Kulin gently embraced that body. Kulin, looking affectionately at his dead brother, slowly got up, and, to bury his brother, he moved forward. The scene changed. After laying Margarita, struck by an arrow, gently in front of the goddess statue, Torkel adjusted his helmet, his right hand holding a toothless kitchen knife, his left arm tightly bound with a broken table. Then, as if to fight again, he lifted his blood-soaked body. The scene changed. Lily sat alone on a bench. Even though her lover, who used to surprise her holding a flower, no longer came, she sat quietly in front of the workshop. She was looking at a metal flower in her hand. Lily struggled to get up, moving from the bench to her wheelchair. For her, unable to use her legs, this was exceedingly difficult. But Lily, gritting her teeth and groaning, managed to sit in the wheelchair. And wheeling the chair, somewhere in this harsh world, she moved. The scene changed. I was reading a letter sent to me. The letter, written in a child's crude handwriting, was from Ken's siblings. After Ken died in the tutorial, I had agreed to take care of their livelihood, sending living expenses under the name of the third prince. One of the siblings sent me this letter. What kind of knight was my brother? I replied thoughtfully. Knight Ken fought more bravely than any knight in this world. To protect the world. To protect you. I, and Crossroad, will not forget his bravery and dedication. Then, a reply came. Then I want to protect the world like my brother too. Looking at that pure sentence, written in clumsy handwriting, I held back my tears for a long time as I read it. Again, the scene changed. An old man in armor eaten away by rats, Margrave Cross, appeared. How was it? The Margrave, with a bloodied face, gazed intently at me. Was it worth sacrificing your most precious thing to protect this city? I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I turned my head to look beside me, using a cane bandaged all over. With a brightened face, walking across the spring garden towards the center of the city, was Evangeline. Of course. Before I knew it, I too was standing. With trembling legs, I barely stood up. Margrave Cross, before you died, you told me. Crossroad is called the city on top of graves. I faced Margrave Cross. It's a derogatory term meaning a lot of casualties, but even if it's on top of graves, it also means people still live on. A faint smile spread across the bloodied old man's face. Yes, now I finally realize it anew. After facing my guilt and seeing the people who follow, late though it may be, I now understand. People die, but their purpose continues. Those left behind carry on their will, moving forward again. Thus it perpetually continues. The history of humanity, the will of humanity, the dreams of humanity. I may be late, but now I understand. I raised the flag and people gathered under it. People died for that flag. My duty is not to break the flag, not to despair, not to be frustrated, not to regret or blame myself. No matter how painful it is, no matter how much I want to run away, I must carry it on. Remembering clearly what they died for, I must shoulder a will as strong as their lives and raise the flag high again. Because that is the responsibility and duty of the one who holds the flag. I will say it 100 times, 1,000 times, Margrave Cross. I stretched my hand to the right. This city is, and this world is. Then, in the empty void where there was nothing, a brightly shining flag appeared. Gripping it tightly, I shouted, "It's worth protecting." Chapter 406. The flag in my hand burned like fire and weighed a ton. This is my standard. The price of the lives of those who followed and died for me. So, Raven, who had reappeared before me, screamed, "What can you possibly do with that flag in this mental world? If it were a weapon, you could stab me, or even an umbrella could ward off this rain. But that flag is utterly useless, isn't it?" "You don't understand, Raven." I gripped the flagpole with both hands and smiled wryly. "With this flag, I and my people can fight on, anytime, anywhere, without giving up." I then raised the flag high and, "Not as an empire's." "No." I shouted loudly and drove it into the ground. "I proclaim this as my territory, my ultimate move, Imperial Edict, activated within the mental world." Whoosh! No gray walls formed in this mental world. Instead, a dazzling sun rose in the previously darkened sky. The clouds dispersed, and the downpour ceased. Under the clear sky, Raven looked around in confusion. "What? Why? Why is even my mental world invaded by your imagination?" The answer came from behind me. "You must be new to this, Raven." Salome, staggering, smiled wanly. "Infiltrating someone's mind is like building a bridge between yours and their psyche." "Still don't get it?" Salome stretched out her hand and pointed around. "Our mental worlds are connected now. In other words, since you attacked Ash's psyche, Ash can also attack yours." "What? If you tried to kill someone, you should be prepared to be killed. Isn't that obvious?" I gripped the flagpole tighter. Whoosh! As my territory expanded, the scenery around us began to change. Not to my past, but to Raven's. To his most painful memories. To his nightmares. His human days began to flash around us. Raven tried to stop it, but in this world my flag was planted. This is my territory. "No. Don't. Don't look, you must not look. Too bad. You've read my memories, you bastard. You only clung to my most painful parts. So we should exchange once to be fair, right? Don't read my memory dash." Despite his desperate screams, Raven's human days unfolded before our eyes. His dreams, frustrations, pains, and corruption, vividly unraveled. Ah! Facing his most painful past, Raven's form began to tear apart. When I regained consciousness, it was reality. I'm not sure how long the battle in the mental world lasted. I gasped for air, looking around. Crown and the Nightcrawler Corps had already turned into black shadows and were vanishing. Like before, when they died, they seemed to be resurrecting at another point. And there were others, their bodies turning into black particles. Cough! Did you sleep well, guest? In front of me, protecting me, stood Sword Demon and Spear Demon. The two wild figures were drenched in blood, and their skin was melting away. They had been severely affected by Raven's plague. Sword Demon, Spear Demon, don't look so glum. We are immortals. We'll come back to life in the bottom village. If you don't defeat that plague bastard, we'll probably die again from the plague spreading through the village. I believe you can do it. Make sure to kill that plague son of a bitch. Witnessing the two dying horrifically, I asked them, "Why do you trust me so much?" Their answer was simple. "You treated us like people." Before and after the world became like this, there were hardly any who treated us as people. The two grotesque figures smiled with their melting faces. Then, no longer breathing, they disappeared into black smoke. Feeling heavy-hearted, I turned my head. A massive beast, similarly protecting me and half-melted, was there. Mason. When I called out, a smile flickered across what was left of his indiscernible face, whether of a bear, lion, or human. This is as far as I go. Anything else to say? I've said it all. To Lucas. After a moment of silence, Mason burst into a rueful laugh. If changing one's heart at the last moment could grant absolution, how easy would life be? I remain a traitor to the McGregor family and an enemy to Crossroad. I strayed from the path of humanity long ago. Mason murmured, his voice fading. But in the end, I wanted to die for something beautiful. His eyes, dimming with life, turned to me. Your flag is beautiful, Your Highness. So please. Mason's body slowly fell forward. Don't ever let it go. Thud. Mason collapsed and lay still. He was my enemy, but he died for my flag. So, I decided to remember Mason. As I looked around at my fallen party members, I suddenly turned back, hearing a pained groan from the last of them. Ha! You! Salome? Behind me, Salome lay fallen. As I approached, Salome trembled her pale lips and managed a weak smile. Ha ha! You act tough, but your heart is so fragile. I almost died trying to shield you from the rain. That's when I realized. While the others protected my body, Salome had protected my mind. Raven showed me my weakness, the deaths of my comrades in the form of nightmares, and Salome showed me the continuation of those nightmares, the image of other comrades overcoming death and standing up. Thanks to her, I was able to reclaim my flag. Hee. See, I was quite helpful, right? Salome is a psychic entity. Her body heals as her mind recovers and vice versa. Damage to her mind also harms her body. She overexerted herself in the mental world to aid me and ended up a wreck. But be careful, Salome urgently warned. Raven isn't finished yet. At the same time, the malicious aura characteristic of a Nightmare Legion commander surged. I swiftly turned in that direction. Ash! Raven was there. Although significantly weakened from the damage sustained, he still exuded the terrifying aura of a plague demon, gathering his strength. I will make sure to kill you and you alone. I smiled wryly and stood up in front of him. We've shared some embarrassing memories, Raven. Don't talk nonsense. Humiliated by his past being exposed, Raven's smoky form quivered. But I wasn't the same. Reading his past, I felt compassion for him. You and I are alike, Raven. What? Raven's voice was incredulous, but I was sincere. He and I were very much alike, striving to protect people, but hitting the wall of reality and choosing to become a monster to change this reality. Someone who tried to give up being human. A weak, fragile coward like no other. The only difference between him and me is one thing. Before becoming a monster, was there a hand to stop him? I had good people who kept me human, comrades who desperately stopped me from crossing the line. But Raven lost all his comrades. That's why I remained human, and Raven became a monster. If I didn't have my comrades, I might have become a monster like you. Living as a human is difficult. It's like endlessly climbing high and endless stairs, gasping for breath with aching legs. That's why the weak give up this hard path and become monsters. They fall into an easy downhill path where they can live without further contemplation. I was also weak. That's why I tried to break the flag. I tried to become a monster, not a human. But now, I've realized again, and I've made up my mind again. I will never let go of this flag again. Don't act all high and mighty, human. As I looked at him with pity, Raven boiled with humiliation. I'll rot you. I'll definitely rot you. Even the last piece of your flag. I'll make everything rot like me dash. Raven charged at me again. But having clashed in the mental world, I had an idea of how to deal with him. He lost his body and soul, but Raven still had mind, heart. That's what I needed to target. I closed and then opened my eyes wide. King, with a blue flash, gaze of command activated, my will penetrating his mind to dominate it. However, I failed. With the system window non-functional, I couldn't see the success rate of gaze of command. It was just a blind attack, ignoring whatever the chance might be. It doesn't matter. Wiping the blood from my nose, I smirked. I'll keep trying until it works. The only means I had to attack him was this. Then I will keep attacking until it succeeds. Did you think I would just watch, foolish one? Raven's black mist engulfed me. His plague was truly extraordinary. My mental barriers melted, and even my body, which had been resistant due to the invincible defense effect, began to take damage. But I could endure it. Originally, my mental and poison defenses were nearly invincible. Though they were gradually eroded and weakened by his plague, they were still bearable. Raven, you evolved into a plague itself, preparing for the next gaze of command. I grinned. In other words, your only means of attack now is the plague, right? Raven had transformed into a transcendental plague, discarding everything else. In the process, he lost all other means of attack, meaning he has no other pattern than to rot the opponent. Will my body and mind rot faster, or will you be penetrated by my evil eye faster? Is that simple a fight? King. A blue flash sparkled in front of me again, and just as he had penetrated my mind, I attempted to penetrate his. Failed again. Blood surged within me. It doesn't matter. I endure. The next attempt followed, amidst the sparks. King. Pack hick. Failed. Still enduring. My head throbs. Feels like burning inside. Is this pain a backlash from failure? Or his plague? It doesn't matter. If this is the only move I have, then I'll keep swinging it until it lands. Creak. Crack. Raven's mental barriers were not entirely intact due to the situation before. I clearly sensed cracks forming in his mental defenses with each of my attacks. One more hit. One more hit. One more. Cough, cough. I spat out a mouthful of blood. Raven scoffed at me, staggering while holding the flagstaff. Fool, you're hastening your own end. You could last longer if you stayed still, but are you intent on committing suicide by exhausting your strength? Yes. What? It doesn't matter if I die. Taking a deep breath, I prepared the next gaze of command. It's true. I am prepared to die now. The flag I raised to kill monsters and protect people, it wasn't just mine alone. It may have started as my flag alone, but soon, many people gathered under it, and all of them joined hands, together raising the flag, to protect each of their precious worlds. My flag has already become everyone's. That's why I couldn't break it even if I wanted to. Even if I perish here, the flag and the will they will surely continue. Just as I inherited the will of the deceased. Even if I die here, our flag and determination they will continue. My death is not a game over. The game continues, as long as those who inherit my flag don't give up. As I recalled the faces of my trustworthy comrades, a smile naturally formed on my lips. My beautiful people, I can't let such a filthy plague like this spread to them. Raven, I can't let a dangerous plague like you loose in the world. You must die here. If sacrificing my life means mutual destruction with you, then so be it. I'm willing to do that. King. I used the next gaze of command and... crack! Finally, a significant crack appeared in Raven's mental barrier. Kook? He staggered backward in shock. Wiping the bloodied lips with the back of my hand, I smirked, curling one corner of my mouth. Let's die together in this hell. Chapter 407. While I was repeatedly using a gaze of command, despite coughing up blood, it happened. Stop it, Ash. Please. From behind me, where she had collapsed, Salome cried out with tears in her voice. You have a wish, right? The small wish to pass on words of encouragement to that child. Are you going to give up on that wish and die here? I chuckled faintly. My wish has changed. What? You said it, Salome. When the essence changes, the goal changes too. That's right. My wish has already changed. Salome was right. I changed since coming to this world. Naturally, my wish from before would also change. Initially, my wish was simple. To save that one child. But as I fought alongside many people in this world, my wish gradually transformed. What I desire now is to save people within my reach. Wider, more extensive. To save everyone I can. That is my wish. Therefore, to save more people, I must kill this plague. Raven, here in this place. Salome, I doubted you. I thought you, a monster, could never truly care for me. I smiled and nodded at Salome. But you risked your life to fight for me. Now I trust you. Ash, you're the only one who has seen my past. You're the only one I can entrust my last wish to. I calmly requested Salome, who was looking at me with trembling eyes. Escape this place through reality escape, and then cooperate with the people of Crossroad. Her unique escape technique, reality escape, should allow her to escape this plague-infested hell. Being a spiritual entity, she could also recover her physical injuries in the spirit realm. Having worked so hard for me, I can trust and rely on her to assist the people of Crossroad. And someday, when the people of Crossroad defeat the Demon King and this world reaches the true ending, it will be a long and arduous journey. But if those who inherit my flag ultimately succeed, please fulfill my first wish in my stead. Convey my words of encouragement to that child. I grinned. The words of encouragement I wanted to give to that child were... I couldn't finish my sentence. Suddenly, Salome rushed forward and embraced me head-on. Her slender arms wrapped around my neck, and her rosy lips drew closer, eventually meeting mine. Huh? That is to say, Salome kissed me. Overwhelmed by the soft, tender touch of her lips, I froze for a moment, and then, swoosh, Salome suddenly sucked on my lips. That's when I realized. This rascal, is she doing it now? Essence drain? The succubi's energy absorption skill. Essence drain. Disguised as a kiss. What kind of madness is this in such a situation? You damned succubus. But it was too late. The skill had already been activated, and I felt the last bit of my strength being completely drained by Salome. This is insane. After the long kiss, Salome detached her lips, grinning like a man who just downed a great shot of liquor. Kaya! Perfect. Wow, that was incredibly tasty. Ash, you're quite sweet. Huh? Thanks to you. I'm fully recovered. You. Damn succubus. Drained of strength, I kneeled weakly on the ground, shaking with anger. Essence drain at a time like this, what were you thinking? Hee. Such foolish talk. A succubus always targets the victim's lips. You know? Salome, with a triumphant expression, crossed her arms and declared confidently, "From the beginning, my target was always your lips. Now that I think about it, even when we first met, she directly aimed for my lips. Unable to properly control my body, I laughed helplessly. At the very end, whether I should be angry about being backstabbed or for having my first kiss stolen by this succubus, I really can't tell. To me, Salome showed a cheeky smile. Ash, you should deliver the words of encouragement to that child yourself. What? I don't understand the human heart. I can steal, seize, and devour hearts, but only mimic their ways. I don't understand why and how they move. Why is it that, even though she claims not to understand human hearts, Salome's face, as she looks at me, appears more human than anyone else's? I can't comprehend your wish, therefore I cannot act as your proxy. What you hold is too delicate and precious for me to carry on your behalf. Deliver it yourself. Carry your flag, walk till the end, and then, at that final point, deliver it yourself. Your heart, your wish, deliver it. After saying this, Salome reached out her hands and grabbed me. Immediately, her horns and tail began to shine brightly. Salome, what are you doing? Even though you've lost your way and fallen into this darkness, I know, you are a person who won't give up even if you lose your way. You are the one who always forges the path ahead. I felt my body begin to float. Panicked, I looked down at my body, and where Salome's hands touched, my body was turning transparent. Is this, perhaps? Since you've realized your wish, since you've reclaimed your flag, I'm sure you'll definitely find out who you truly are. Salome, wait a moment. You will find the way, no matter what darkness envelopes you. Reality escape. The unique technique of succubi to directly escape into the spirit realm, the other side of reality. Salome used it not on herself, but on me. Darkness is gathering outside. If you stay here, even if you defeat Raven, it'll be hard to escape alive. This is the only way. Salome's clear laughter tickled my ears.
Don't worry.
I'll take care of Raven. You just focus on finding yourself. As I tried to speak, Salome placed her finger over my lips. Leaning close to me, she whispered softly, "Lastly, I'll tell you a secret I discovered while looking into your soul. What you are, in fact, is Dash." Hearing her entire whisper, I widened my eyes in shock. What do you mean? Before I could ask further, it was too late. My body transformed into a spirit, and just like when I fell through the teleport gate, I was sucked into the beyond. Salome, why? Goodbye, my prince. The last thing I saw was the succubus queen waving at me. I might have mocked your small wish, but in truth, I might have fallen for you because of that very wish. With a face that was both smiling and crying. I'll be rooting for you too. With those words, take care. I felt like my whole body was being swept away in a torrent. Splash! I plunged into the pitch-black darkness, sinking into the beyond. Ash had disappeared. Salome collapsed weakly onto the ground. By using reality escape, Salome had exhausted her very last bit of strength. Not only the energy absorbed from Ash, but also the final reserve she had stored within herself. All of it was completely exhausted. Struggling to breathe heavily, Salome whispered weakly as Raven slowly approached her. I didn't want to part ways. Salome murmured powerlessly. I wanted to stay by your side, even if scolded or harshly spoken to. Still, I wanted to stay right beside you. If this was a dream world, could I have loved that person? Salome gripped her chest tightly with her hand. It hurts, as if the middle of my heart has been carved out. It hurts. Just the thought of never seeing him again. It hurts. Raven sneered. Is that all you've gained for the price of your life, Salome? How foolish. You're the one who doesn't understand, Raven. Between her disheveled pink hair, Salome's eyes were clouded with faint moisture. This pain, this is what I've been searching for all my life. Raven, deeming further listening unnecessary, summoned his plague aura. It's all futile, Salome. You, him, you'll both perish unable to overcome my plague. Raven was confident of victory. The only means left to kill him at this place was Ash's gaze of command. But Salome, not wanting to witness Ash's death, sent him to the spirit realm. Now all that remained was a succubus drained of all strength. Ash and Salome, both were already infected. Left alone, both would eventually succumb to the plague. As long as my ego, my obsession, my malice persists, my plague will not vanish. You have failed to defeat me. This time, the world will succumb to the plague. Forgot so soon, Raven? To Raven, who was confidently declaring victory, Salome faintly smiled. Eating hearts is a succubus's job. Slowly extending her hand forward, she touched Raven's misty form. Raven's mist-made body jerked significantly. It felt as if something cold and sinister was piercing into his non-existent chest. What is this? If the evil, your heart, is what moves this plague of yours. Salome clenched her hand in the air. Then it's simply my prey. Salome had grasped Raven's heart. She began to absorb it with her succubus powers. Raven was rotten to his very core. He was tainted and decayed with profound malice. Forcibly absorbing it, Salome's body immediately reacted. Blood dripped from her pale lips, and her white skin started to discolor. Stop! Stop it! Fear was evident in Raven's voice, an emotion never shown before. He had neither body nor soul. Merely a plague sustained solely by pure evil. Raven felt his existence being obliterated. He screamed in terror. Stop! You'll die too, Salome. My malice, my corruption, you can't handle it. I am the essence of the plague itself. If you absorb me, you, a spiritual entity, will be tainted. You'll experience the most terrible pain imaginable. It's okay. Salome smiled calmly as she endured the excruciating pain that came with the absorption. I've experienced love. Salome didn't understand love. Even up to this moment of facing death, she couldn't define it precisely. But one thing was certain, this ache in her heart, the void as if something essential was ripped out. This pain, this emptiness, this sense of loss, they were undeniable proofs that love had once resided in her heart. This act of dying for someone else was the true proof of love. Even amidst the burning pain of her physical body, Salome smiled brightly. It didn't hurt at all, compared to the pain engraved in her heart, compared to this vivid, first love. At the end of a long, agonizing scream, Raven's cries subsided. Having absorbed all of Raven's malice, Salome leaned against the collapsed stone wall. Gazing into the void, she slowly opened her mouth and recited lines from a play she had seen in Ash's memories, one that shared her name. I have kissed thy mouth. I kissed your lips. There was a bitter taste on thy lips. There was a bitter taste on your lips. Was it the taste of blood? Was that the taste of blood? Nay. But perchance it was the taste of love. No, perhaps it was the taste of love. They say that love hath a bitter taste. They say love tastes bitter. But what matter? What matter? But what does it matter? What does it really matter? I have kissed thy mouth. I have kissed your lips. I'm not as skilled as you. A shy smile appeared on Salome's blood-soaked lips. Thank you, Ash. Then, she slowly closed her eyes. For teaching me about love. In the fading consciousness, Salome wished for the last time. If she could dream a happy dream, not a nightmare, next. She wished to dream of loving that man. Salome experienced love. Painful yet so brilliant. A love that consumed her entire being. A love that was undoubtedly true. Chapter 408. The sensation of floating faded. Regaining my blurry consciousness, I opened my eyes. SSHHH. Before me stretched a vast beach. Pristine white sands and colorless, transparent waves rolling in. Looking up at the sky, a curtain of colorful lights unfolded. Was this the aurora? As I gazed mesmerized at the curtain of light, the lapping waves soaked my shoes. I muttered absent-mindedly, "Is this Oblivion's beyond? This place the spirit world?" As I absorbed the clearly alien landscape, I suddenly remembered the events that led me here. "Salome!" I called out desperately, but of course Salome didn't answer. The surroundings were empty, and only I stood alone on the desolate shore. Salome had left me in the spirit world and remained in the mortal realm. I laughed hollowly. A monster, yet she gambled her life for me. How much debt had my life, my banner, accumulated as it moved forward? I clenched my fist tightly, then slowly relaxed it. I might never meet her again. But if I do, next time, instead of hitting her, I want to properly greet her. I want to sincerely thank her. With that thought, I began walking along the beach, not knowing where to go or what to do in this unknown space. But when I saw a scene a short distance away, I felt an intuition that I had to go there. What's that? At the end of this beach stood a blackthorn tree, the branches of the ever-black, stretching from the sky to the ground. I walked silently along the endless shore. My footprints trailed long on the white sands washed by the clear water. Finally reaching my seemingly unreachable destination, I stopped in front of where the blackthorn tree's branches loomed. Why is this tree here? The national tree and guardian tree of the Everblack Empire. The blackthorn tree, Everblack. A magical beacon accessible only to the 4 guardians of the Empire. If this tree was here, could it mean, "You've come"? A low voice reached my ears. Though I had guessed as much, I never really thought he'd be here. I smirked bitterly and looked towards the source of the voice. Wandering around strange places and causing trouble is your thing, but I never imagined you'd end up in the spirit world. Sitting on a simple chair placed on the beach was a man. A man as if molded not from clay but pure gold. An absolute ruler of the mortal world, undiminished in majesty even in the spirit world. With golden eyes glinting through his disheveled black hair. Father, the emperor of the Everblack Empire. Traha Peacemaker Everblack was there. Even if this isn't the mortal world, but a realm between life and death, I am still an emperor, Ash. The emperor clicked his tongue. You should address me as father, not father. TL note. He says he should be addressed as, which is used by royalty to address their father. Ash had used the common way. Well, when have you ever properly followed protocol? The emperor, grumbling even here in the spirit world, gestured with his chin. Anyway, what brings you here? Even I cannot find my way in this place without the guidance of Everblack. It seems you didn't come here under its guidance. Did you lose your way and drift here? I hesitated, then nodded. The emperor laughed heartily and snapped his fingers. Snap! The branches scattered on the shore intertwined with each other, forming a small chair. He placed it in front of him. Sit down. You must be tired from the long journey. Without hesitation, I took the seat he offered and cautiously asked, Are you not going to scold me further? Losing one's way is a privilege of the young. It's better to wander now than suffer later in life. The emperor said, leaning back in his chair, a bitter smile on his face. However, ending up in the spirit world is a bit too much. What exactly is this place? I asked, looking around. A land bathed in auroras with endless waves. What exactly was this spirit world? This place is not for the living, nor is it for the dead. If anything, it's a gap between life and death. A gap between life and death? Both the living and the dead lose their boundaries here, eventually drifting beyond these waves. The only ones remaining are. The emperor gestured towards the beach. Those who have transcended life and death, obtaining divinity, or those who have surpassed the limits of souls. Looking in the direction he indicated, I saw 4 massive figures approaching slowly across the sea. Thud! Thud! 4 imposing giants, exuding evident hostility, were approaching. The emperor remained calm despite their daunting presence. A battlefield for specters who still fight for their race or nation even as mere souls. That's what the spirit world is. I recalled the explanation the Emperor gave at the Guardians' meeting in the imperial capital. I asked hesitantly, "Then are those the foreign gods?" The Emperor nodded. "Yes, they are the ancestral and guardian deities of the different races." The giant figures varied in appearance. Some were short and stout, others had long ears and limbs, some were covered in fur, and some had fish-like lower bodies. Dwarves, elves, were-beasts, mermaids. These were the guardians of the 4 major different races. When their respective races were on the brink of extinction in the mortal realm, and their guardian trees were uprooted, they invaded this place for a counterattack. The Emperor glanced at the thorny tree behind him. To destroy Everblack, the guardian tree of humanity. Now then, perhaps it's time for me to prepare for today's battle. Rising from his seat, the Emperor drew his sword from his waist. This was the other god front. The Emperor himself fought the foreign gods here, one of the 4 major battlefronts of the Empire. Wait a minute. The Emperor, having risen with grand words, seemed to be in poor condition. He was leaning to one side, staggering slightly. "Are you all right? You don't seem to be in good shape." "Ah, one can't hide their age." Rubbing his back with a fist, the Emperor confessed awkwardly. "Actually, right after I entered here, Fernandez severed the connection to Everblack." "Excuse me? Fernandez, again?" "I knew he was ambitious, but I didn't expect him to revolt in such a manner." As a result, the portal between reality and the spirit world was closed, and I was stranded here. The Emperor casually narrated how he had been backstabbed by his second son. Given the different flow of time here, I can't be sure how long it's been outside, nor how long I've spent here. As long as I'm alive, staying in the spirit world for too long takes its toll. Besides battling daily, I won't deny I'm depleted. Perhaps I won't last much longer. The Emperor chuckled wryly. But even so, this is my battle. A front that I must continue as long as I breathe. I'm about to engage in battle with them, which will soon devastate this place. You should leave now. The Emperor, heading towards the beach, looked back at me. If you have one last question, ask it now. Although, given that you're adrift here, there's probably only one question you need to ask. What I wanted to ask. There were many things I was curious about regarding the Emperor. However, if I could only ask one thing, it would be, "Your Majesty." Just this. Who am I? At my question, the Emperor smiled. Do you not even look in the mirror? How busy are you? You are Ash. Ash Bornhader Everblack, my troublesome youngest son. I asked again with a trembling voice. Am I really your son, Ash? Then the Emperor, as he did in the imperial capital, scanned me with his shining golden eyes. Would I not recognize my own son? My eyes do not deceive me. You are undoubtedly my son, he stated firmly. Now go. This place is not meant for the living. Thud. 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 The foreign gods were already upon us. Drawing his sword towards them, the Emperor spoke. Remember, my wayward son, if you have the will to find your way, there is a path everywhere and anywhere. So wander to your heart's content. There will always be a path at the end. With a leap, the Emperor flew towards the beach. The 4 foreign gods raised their weapons against him. Light exploded, and the sea evaporated. I turned away from the mythic battle unfolding behind me and walked towards the black thorny branches I sensed nearby. There she was, at the end of the black thorny branches woven like a net. She was bound and hanging, her body pierced by thorns, blood constantly flowing from her wounds, igniting flames on her flesh, bleeding and burning alive. Yet her face was peaceful. The scene on the beach was surreal, but the woman before me was equally otherworldly. As I stood there dumbfounded, she gave me a gentle smile. It's been a while, Ash. Or is this our first meeting in this cycle? A voice I heard for the first time, a face I saw for the first time. Yet why did it feel so familiar? Without realizing it, I blurted out, "Mother!" Ash's mother, Dustia. This woman resembled her. At that, the woman hanging laughed melodiously. Hee hee, Dustia does resemble me. Well, she is my descendant, just like you, Ash. Chills ran down my body. I was breathless with an inexplicable thrill. Trembling, I asked, "Who are you?" It's a bit embarrassing to say myself, but I have many nicknames. The woman awkwardly yet proceeded to list her nicknames. The Thief of Flames, the First Witch, the Thorn Tree's Convict, the Ashen Angel, the Regretful Returner. All of them were cryptic. Seeing my confusion, she hesitantly mentioned a more recent moniker. These are old names. Nowadays, people generously call me, and it was a name I couldn't help but recognize. The Goddess. Chapter 409. I was flustered and speechless for a while. The woman hanging from the thorny tree, she's the goddess? Then you mean to say, you are the guardian deity of humanity. Not all of humanity follows me, but from a racial perspective, that's correct. I remembered a story I heard from Ader. Was it on New Year's Day? In this world, beings representing a race have the opportunity to attain divinity. There were 3 cases Ader explained for gaining divinity. 1. Being the progenitor of that race. 2. Being a great hero who saved the race from a crisis. 3. Being the sole survivor when all others of the race have perished. The goddess fell into the second category, meaning she had performed a great deed saving humanity, earning her divinity. But why? Why is such a great being, one who achieved such feats and even attained divinity, hanging here in such a horrific state, bleeding and burning? I am paying the price now, the goddess spoke calmly, for bringing fire to humanity, and for sustaining that fire. I agreed to eternally burn my own body as punishment. What does that mean? If we were to talk about me, we'd be here for days, Ash. The goddess smiled kindly at me. We'll have another chance someday. Right now, it seems like your own problems are more pressing. What troubles you, child? I couldn't answer easily, but she seemed to know everything already. A living person drifting into the spirit world means they haven't fully grasped their own identity. I remembered when I first fell into the spirit world. A system alert, existence verification failed, and I rolled into this place. Ever since then, I have been doubting my own identity. Ash, I have witnessed all the hardships and challenges you've faced. I know your doubts about your own existence. Hearing the goddess' voice, I clenched my fist. The battles I've recently faced have clarified my flag. Once again, I will fight for people, and my will to carry that flag is clear. But the more information I gather, the more I am led astray rather than assured. Who am I, exactly? Player? A tyrant? A monster? Am I Ash? A retro addict? What am I? What defines you is not where you come from, your race, or your appearance. The goddess then whispered softly, "It's what thoughts you harbor and what actions you take." I looked at the goddess in slight surprise. Do you remember? It's what you said. The goddess chuckled playfully. To your people who were worried about whether they were human or monster, you said, "If you wish to be human, then you certainly are human." It was during stage 10. I said that to Kulan and the punishment squad, who were struggling with their half-human, half-beast identities. You see, I've watched the battles you've fought. In a manner of speaking, I am a dedicated fan of your strategy broadcasts. It was embarrassing, as if I really showed my broadcast to my mother. Please don't watch that, goddess. As I bashfully averted my gaze, the goddess continued. Ash, I want to return your words to you. It's not important where you come from. What matters is what you wish to do moving forward. And from what I see, your heart's banner already seems steadfast. The goddess smiled warmly. Isn't that enough? After remaining silent with my mouth firmly shut, I lifted my head and faced the goddess. I have just one question. I'll gladly answer. What was your banner, goddess? What ideal, what great cause did she pursue? How could she remain so detached amidst such a horrific punishment? She answered my question promptly. To make more people happy. Do you regret carrying that banner? Pierced by thorny trees, bleeding profusely and simultaneously, her blood turning into flames, engulfing her entire body. In such a wretched state, far from what a goddess should be, she was exiled in a corner of this remote world. If this was the end of her great cause, wasn't it too brutal? Regret. The goddess looked down at her body with a bitter smile. Enduring this eternal pain, sometimes I do think that, if I could return to that moment of choice, instead of achieving something great enough to attain divinity, to live and die as an ordinary human, what would I choose? She did not hesitate. Yes, I can say it for certain. Even if I had the chance to choose again, time and again, I would make the same choice. Hesitate, agonize, and maybe even give up a few times. But in the end, I would steal the fire and share the light and warmth with the people. The goddess looked me in the eye and whispered calmly, "The long and arduous path you must walk is the same. Your banner has already broken once, but you raised it again. Don't be ashamed of that reversal. Be proud of that wound. Even if it breaks, shatters, or bends, if you keep moving forward without giving up, and finally plant it at your destination, your banner will still be beautiful." As a flag bearer, a senior to me, the goddess nodded gently. "It's time. Go now, my successor." Then she winked naturally. If my arms were free, I would have hugged you, but unfortunately, in my current state, I can only wish you blessings for your future in my heart. It was a literal Guardi's blessing. A wink from the goddess. How rare and precious. I respectfully showed my gratitude to her. "Someday, I'll come to see you again, goddess. I'll be happily waiting." Was it suppressed for our conversation? The amount of blood flowing from her body increased, and the flames grew fiercer. Amidst the flickering flames, the goddess kept smiling to the end. "I hope we can have more stories to share next time." The heat intensified. I couldn't stay in that space any longer and had to leave. On the distant shore, the emperor and the deities were still stirring up spray in battle. And right in front of the thorny trees, the goddess was bound, engulfed in eternal flames. The scenery of the spirit realm is something I just can't get used to. Even if it's the same fantasy world, the genre feels a bit different. What will come next? As I muttered and looked up at the sky, something was plummeting at a terrifying speed, sliding down the stem of Everblack from the sky. I squinted my eyes. Is that? Lord! Disheveled gray hair, round glasses with invisible insides. The damned director of this damned game and my aide. It was Ader. Kawang. Ader, falling without wings, crashed straight into the sandy ground. I wondered if he had broken his neck and died. But Ader, this guy, nonchalantly dusted off the sand and sprang to his feet. Is he really a monster or what? Woa! It's really you, Lord. What else would I be? A fake? Ader grabbed my hand and began to dance round and round. My Lord, our Lord, you're alive. I've nearly died a few times, but yeah, I'm alive. You suddenly disappeared. The system was down. I thought for sure you had gone for good. Ader clung to me, his eyes brimming with tears. Thinking this was the final round and game over. This incompetent director was really freaking out. Get off me. I'm not thrilled about a hug from a guy. When I lightly pushed him away, Ader dramatically tumbled on the sand and laughed uproariously. You have no idea how much I've wandered around this spirit realm looking for you after you disappeared. Let's quickly return to reality. Everyone at Crossroad is eagerly waiting. As Ader prepared to return to reality, I reached out and stopped him.
Idi.
Wait. Yes. I have something to ask. Why don't we talk after returning to reality? If you're exposed to the spirit realm for too long, it might adversely affect your already precarious soul state.
Idi.
When I called out loudly, Ader, startled, turned to look at me. I glared fiercely at him. We need to talk now. My lord, I still can't access the system. Still, I'm failing to prove my own existence. I took a deep breath. Looking straight at the culprit of all these events, I asked clearly, who am I? What are you talking about? Knowing well yourself. Don't evade the question. Answer me. Who am I? Something had been off from the start. The spirit realm is a space between life and death. Here, one exists not in physical form but as a spirit. In other words, my appearance should reflect my soul. But now I am not in the form of retroaddict, but, as Ash, the Emperor had said, I am undoubtedly his son Ash, a transcendent being fighting against the deities. Having reached the realm of demigods, he couldn't be mistaken. Why do I frequently dream not of a retroaddict's dreams, but Ash's dreams, Ash's mother's dreams? If I, retroaddict, were possessed by Ash's body, I should only have memories of a classic fanatic. But that wasn't the case. I often read Ash's memories in my dreams. It's okay. My lovely born hater. I remember the face of the woman stroking my forehead. This is certainly not the memory of a retroaddict, but of Ash. And, most importantly, during this fall I fought alongside Salome, the commander of the Succubi Legion. And, incidentally, that succubus read my memories, down to the depths of my soul. Ader's shoulders twitched. I stepped closer to Ader. Salome, who read my soul, told me, there's a secret in my soul. My lord, the truth is, I'm not a retroaddict possessed in Ash's body, but it was hard to believe for myself. But the secret that Salome revealed to me in her last moments was precisely, I am Ash, believing myself to be retroaddict. That was it. Even as I uttered these words now, I was still utterly confused. What kind of nonsense is this? Tell me exactly, Ader. To the one who knew the answer, I asked with a trembling voice. Who am I exactly? What am I? After a long silence, Ader looked at me intently and then, slowly, opened his mouth. You are Ash, with a bitter and regretful voice. Each round, memories and consciousness of different players, the saved data, are borrowed and overlaid on top of your memories to be stored. I widened my eyes. You are this game's save slot. Chapter 410. In my dream last night, I became a butterfly. Fluttering my wings, I joyfully flew among the flowers, feeling so blissful that I didn't even realize I was myself. But when I woke up from the dream, I was not a butterfly but myself. Did I dream of becoming a butterfly? Or is a butterfly dreaming of being me? This is the famous Zhuangzi's butterfly dream. I thought all this while, as retroaddict, that I was dreaming of being Ash. But it was the opposite. In reality, I, as Ash, was dreaming of being retroaddict. Lord Ash, you were chosen as the final player in this game waged against the Demon King. Ader explained slowly. Because you inherited the curse of return from your mother, Dustia, you were able to retain your memories throughout the repeated resets of this game. An ideal talent for a player. But within the endless cycle of return, your soul began to erode, unable to withstand living the same life over and over for too long. I listened quietly. Ader continued. You tried to endure until the end, but eventually, you were so shattered that you couldn't even remember your purpose or the names of those around you. It was impossible to continue the game as a player. So, we resorted to the last method. The last method? In the last moments when Lord Ash could maintain sanity after the reset, in the spring of your 23rd year, Ader looked at me intently. We brought in the mind of a player from another world and implanted it into you, Lord Ash. Like wrapping a cracked pottery with cloth, we overlaid another personality over Lord Ash's. This was the last method. Why did I, go to such lengths to keep fighting? Fortunately, our game was quite popular among beings from other dimensions. We made contracts with players who had recorded decent clear data. We copied their consciousness and overlaid it on Lord Ash with each new cycle. In short, that is, copy và paste, copying and pasting the minds of other players into Ash. That's how we continued the game. You could try various new strategies that were never tried before, but even that had its limits. No matter how many times you wrap it with new cloth, the pottery was already deeply cracked, and it continued to crumble. Ader said bitterly. Lord Ash's soul eventually shattered, and this is the last round. This is the final game your fragmented soul can withstand. Silence followed. I, standing still, abruptly asked, "What if I fail? What's next? Are there no more players?" "There are none. The game ends." Ader spread his arms slightly. "Even I, in the role of the director, have reached my limit. Maybe because this is the spirit realm." Only then did I notice the numerous cracks in Ader's spirit body. It was baffling how he maintained his form, his soul on the verge of turning into dust. "This is the last chance for both me and you. I'm sorry for hiding the truth, Lord Ash, but I thought this reality would only confuse you." I exhaled a long sigh. "So, in the end, I am Ash, who has lost all original memories and has been overlaid with the copied memories of Retroaddict." My head spun. It was hard to breathe. A ship that has had all its parts replaced. Is it still the same ship? I covered my face with my hands and staggered. Ader tried to approach me, but I waved him off with my hand. "Just give me a moment." Ader silently stepped back. Staggering along the sandy beach, I finally collapsed atop a mound of high-piled sand. Looking up at the sky still draped in auroras, I laughed hollowly. In the end, I am neither Retroaddict nor Ash. Neither one nor the other. I am not Retroaddict. The real Retroaddict must be living somewhere on Earth. I am just a fake, a copy of his memories pasted into me. And I am not Ash either. I have no memories left as Ash. They have all been overwritten. Occasional residual memories that surface unconsciously feel foreign to me, like they belong to someone else. Slowly bowing my head, I exhaled wearily. There is nothing real left in me. Ultimately, I am neither Retroaddict nor Ash, just a shattered human being, entirely separate, merely a chimera created for use as a player. Nothing that makes me up is truly mine, neither in body nor in soul. I have nothing that is truly mine. I am a fake. Covering my face with both hands, I bent over. I was short of breath, and my eyes burned. The truth was cruel, and I was confused. How long had I been like that? Suddenly, my shoulder warmed. Perplexed, I slowly raised my head. The sunlight was touching my shoulder. Looking up, I saw the sun rising from the end of the vast land on the opposite side of the coast. Does the sun also rise in the spirit realm? Squinting against the dazzling brilliance, I raised my hand to shield my eyes. Ha! Was it an illusion? Under the glaring sun, something shimmered like a mirage. I concentrated to see it more clearly. It was, "Press start," a phrase from a classic game, imprinted in my childhood memories. Ah! I gasped for air. Rubbing my eyes and looking again, the words were gone as if they were an illusion. But I had already sprung to my feet. The sun was rising, pushing away the night's curtain. The sunlight fiercely illuminated the day in the spirit realm. In a world starting to blaze with brilliance, a voice echoed in my mind. What's important is not where you come from, but what you want to do going forward. Words once spoken by the goddess, and by me to my comrades. I swallowed and looked down at my hands. I am a fake. My body, my soul, nothing is entirely mine. Everything about me is fake. But even if my entire life is a lie, I still want to save the child lying in the hospital bed, this crumbling world, everyone within my reach. I want to save them, clenching my fists. Even if everything about me is a lie, this feeling is mine. The banner I raised for him is undoubtedly, without a doubt, my genuine heart. That's when it happened. Whoosh! The sunlight pouring from the sky converged, swirling into my hand. Ah! When I came to my senses, the flag of light I had seen in my mind was held in my right hand. Hot, heavy, a crudely repaired flagpole that had been broken once, and a flag that had been torn and burned, stitched back together grotesquely. My flag, my heart, my shattered pieces. Ha ha! Looking at the tattered flag fluttering, I suddenly found myself laughing. If it gets torn to shreds, then live torn to shreds. Right before I fell here, holding my hand, Serenade had said to me, "If you're shattered into pieces, then live shattered." I muttered blankly, "Live shattered into pieces." Looking back, I have always been broken, even as retro addict. I couldn't become a poet because I couldn't write poems, and no matter how hard I studied, I couldn't get into a prestigious university. I couldn't last in the only company I managed to join and had to flee. Even as Ash, after losing my mother, abusing myself, ruining those around me, I rushed towards my own destruction as a delinquent and a hooligan. It wouldn't have been strange if I had given up on everything a long time ago. Either way, my life was a series of breakages. I was always breaking, and breaking again. 741 failed strategies. And the path to the true ending that I couldn't reach until my soul was shattered. But though I may be broken, I haven't lost yet. All those wounds haven't finished me. Even if I'm a crudely patched up fake, I still stand here, looking up at the sky. The game isn't over yet. After hundreds of game overs, the retro addict fought on to deliver a word of encouragement to a child. Even while bearing a shattered soul with someone else's consciousness, Ash didn't give up. And I am something mixed from fragments of those two. Clenching the flag in my hand, I will continue to break. Greater adversities will come, greater suffering, more loss, and more sorrow. I will suffer greater wounds and shed more tears than ever before. As long as I don't give up and keep fighting, it's a predetermined fate. But what does it matter? I'm already in pieces. If I break, I'll just put myself back together and stand up again. If you don't lose your heart, even if you're split into 1,000, 10,000 pieces, you're still you. Recalling Serenade's words, I closed my eyes. I am not retro addict. I am not Ash. I am neither a player, nor a tyrant, nor a monster. I am none of these, yet at the same time I am all of them. Facing the dazzling sunlight, clenching my fists, gritting my teeth, opening my eyes and looking up at the sky, I declared, I am shattered. And so, at last, I am me. What defines me, what proves me, is my heart. As long as this heart remains, no matter how much I break, I will piece myself back together and fight to the end. Until this life ends. Phew! I exhaled a long sigh. My heart felt incredibly light. There was nothing left to hesitate about. I looked up at the sky again. Whether it was an illusion, a mirage, the dot matrix words were no longer visible. But I reached out to the sky and pressed a non-existent button. Then, player existence verified. As if I had really pressed the start button, a familiar system interface appeared before my eyes. System all green. Welcome back, player. I pressed the start key, and then my true life began. As I began to descend the hill holding the flag, I will support you too. Finally, unexpectedly, a greeting from a succubus echoed in my mind. Hang in there. Thank you for supporting me, even though I'm shattered like this. I'll keep going. As I went down the hill, I saw a startled Ader running towards me. Let's go back, Ader. I casually grinned. Time to finish the game we started. The game continues. As long as a person doesn't give up, the game must go on. Ader, looking alternately at me and the flag in my hand, yes, took off his glasses, roughly wiped the tears from his ash-gray eyes, and smiled brightly. Let's return to Crossroad. Chapter 411. It was an arduous journey, using every trick in the book and bypassing the system to return from the spirit world to reality. Finally, after all the hardships, I emerged from the spirit world back to reality, arriving at Crossroad. What is this? I stood before the south gate of Crossroad, my mouth agape in shock. Crossroad had become a completely different city from what I remembered. Kakik. Hee vroom vroom. Sob sob. Today's meal was delicious. Men with mohawk haircuts and leather jackets were running around, swinging clubs and shouting these bizarre cries. Hush! Through the wide-open city gates, not a single citizen could be seen. The city looked like a ruin, lifeless and dead. The fortress walls were pocked and scarred, adorned grotesquely with iron bars and barbed wire. And to top it all off, rumble rumble. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A huge skull-shaped artifact hung on the southern wall, with flames bursting from its eyes and mouth. What is this, the end of the world? I trembled as I looked at the blue flames of hell spewing from the skull's mouth. What the hell happened to the city while I was gone? Ah, well, that's because... How could such a drastic change happen just because I was away for a few days? Ha! Then Ader, standing behind me, hesitantly opened his mouth. Lord, you first fell into the spirit world, right? Yeah, I did. And you returned through the spirit world too. That's right. The flow of time in the spirit world is completely different from reality. Since you passed through there, Ader glanced at me cautiously. Quite some time has passed. I swallowed dryly in panic. If a normally bustling city had transformed to such a post-apocalyptic state, how much time had passed while I was lost in that place? That's when it happened. Hey, you two. What are you doing there? Strange outsiders spotted. The post-apocalyptic warriors with mohawk haircuts approached us. They licked their clubs and daggers, sticking out their tongues and giggling. We are the soldiers maintaining order in this city. What's happening here? You'd better tell the truth. Our boss doesn't like unnecessary bloodshed, Our boss is a fearsome person without blood or tears, but he does enjoy drawing blood and tears from others. As they brandished their clubs and rambled threateningly, I strode towards them. The Mohawk men backed away, startled as I approached. I glared into their eyes and growled. Take me to this boss of yours. Eh? No, well, that is... I barked at the sweating men. Hurry up, you bastards. Right now. Thus, I entered the city with the Mohawk warriors. The city was silent, without a single citizen or ant in sight. I sighed deeply, observing the desolate cityscape. What on earth had happened here? The Mohawk warriors glanced at me and led me to the barracks. Acting Commander, we've captured these suspicious individuals. Entering the barracks, the Mohawk warriors shouted. Then, suspicious individuals? A blonde knight standing at the entrance, examining a pile of weapons, responded. The battle is starting in a few days. Where did these suspicious characters come from? As he turned around, our eyes met. The knight's blue eyes widened. My lord! I was at a loss for words. His armor was full of scratches. He looked thin and haggard from hardship, and he exuded an air of a battle-hardened veteran. But it was a face I knew all too well. I called out my knight's name. Lucas! My lord? Is it really you, my lord? My goodness! Lucas, who had been holding various things, dropped them and ran towards me, immediately kneeling before me. You're alive, my lord. Of course, it was tough, but I made it back. It was exactly like the saying goes, leaving home is the start of a hard journey. Lucas looked up at me, smiling through his tears, and then suddenly his eyes welled up with tears. I thought for sure. And then he started to cry bitterly. I thought for sure you were gone forever. Wah-ah-ah. Wah-wah. Lucas started to cry with his unique bear-like sobbing. The Mohawk warriors who had led me here began to sweat profusely. Our boss is a fearsome person with no blood or tears. Our role model, the ideal warrior. He's crying like a bear. I struggled to comfort Lucas, who was now drenched in cold sweat. Hey, your subordinates are watching. Stop crying. Come on. Stop. After a while, Lucas, having calmed down, explained the current situation to me. starting with how much time had passed since I went missing. Half a year? My mouth fell open in shock. It's been half a year? Yes, exactly 6 months and 15 days. I've been counting the days since the day you disappeared, my lord. Lucas added, blowing his nose into a handkerchief. I couldn't close my mouth in surprise. No wonder it felt oppressively hot. We were already past summer and approaching the beginning of autumn. Lucas also explained why the city had taken on such an end-of-the-world atmosphere. The Mohawk Friends were just mercenaries hired recently. The fortress had been damaged due to continuous battles in the half-year I was gone. The large skull hanging on the south gate was a rare artifact obtained in the last defensive battle. And the reason why there were no people in the city was that they had been evacuated due to the imminent boss stage. After you disappeared, my lord, we fought 3 more defensive battles. We faced the Goblin Legion at stage 15, and after that, stage 16, before I fell into the abyss of oblivions beyond. In my absence, Crossroad had managed to survive up to stage 19. It was a stroke of luck that the intervals between defensive battles were long during the half-year. Considering that a powerful legion attacks every 5 stages, the next defensive battle seems to be tough, so we evacuated the citizens in advance. Well done, Lucas. After receiving various other major reports, I patted Lucas on the shoulder. You've done well in my absence. I just tried to do as you taught me, my lord, but it wasn't easy. We exchanged smiles and continued our conversation. I'm back. I just checked with the blacksmith, and they said they could manage to meet the arrow quota by the day of the defense. A helmeted female knight entered the barracks. The female knight, strong enough to carry a box full of arrows in each arm, looked our way and then, "Ha!" She dropped the boxes with a thud. "No way!" Thump! The female knight dashed towards me in the blink of an eye, grabbed my shoulders in shock, and shook me back and forth. "Senior, it's really you, Senior? You're back, right? Well, wait a minute. Where have you been all this time, really? Do you even know how worried we were?" Holding my arm tightly and shaking it, I asked in bewilderment. "First off, let's clarify this. Who are you? How can you not recognize your proud junior? It's me. No, there's no female knight with your physique that I know of. Wait a minute. There's only one person who calls me Senior, right? Could it be Evangeline? Who else would it be but me?" As the female knight swiftly removed her helmet, her long platinum hair, tied up at the back, cascaded down. Her mischievous smile, with prominent canine teeth, was unchanged. There was a faint X-shaped scratch on her now thinner and sharper cheeks, and she had grown so much taller. No wonder I didn't recognize her. This is crazy. How much have you grown in just half a year? It's not an exaggeration. She really seems to have grown almost 10 centimeters. Of course, even with a 10 centimeters growth, she's still shorter than me, but considering she was barely 150 centimeters, to grow this much in a blink, her physical balance has completely changed. She's like a different person. Though taller, Evangeline still had a childlike face and nodded with a hum. This is the reaction I wanted to hear. Can I now proudly claim to have a sexy dynamite hot body? Eh. She's still obsessed with that dynamite hot thing, this girl. Even though I've grown this much, that guy still treats me like a kid. It's so unfair. But now that I've got your acknowledgement, Senior, he has to accept it too. Lucas frowned discontentedly, receiving a scolding from Evangeline. What's the use of growing taller if your mind is still childish? You say that, but you must be nervous, right? Afraid that I'll catch up to and surpass your height. How could you ever catch up to my height? I'm still growing. I've grown this much in half a year, so I'll keep growing more. Watching the two knights bicker, I laughed heartily. I've missed this. I've missed seeing my subordinates bicker like this. Your Highness. At that moment, a perplexed voice came from the barracks entrance. Turning around, I saw a familiar boy. No, a young man with curly brown hair. I waved my hand in joy. Damien. Long time no see. Damien rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand and chuckled. Ha! Maybe I've been pushing myself too hard lately, seeing illusions. No, you have the farsight ability. How could you see illusions? Even hearing hallucinations now. Ha! Maybe I'm really tired. Muttering to himself, Damien gathered divine power in his hand, then pressed it to his forehead. Heal, heal. He stirred it around. No, it's not your head that's broken. I'm real, I tell you. A little later, I thought you had left us and gone to the imperial capital. After realizing I was real, Damien clutched my sleeve and started to choke up. Last time, we all disobeyed your command, Your Highness. I thought you were so angry that you left us behind. I was wrong that time, and I'm not irresponsible enough to just abandon this place like that. Well, I unintentionally left it for half a year, so maybe I was a bit irresponsible. I observed Damien. He had tied his now longer curly hair into a small bun at the back. And, you've grown taller too, haven't you? Ah! Seems there was still room for me to grow. He had grown too. Until now, he definitely had the appearance of a boy, but with the increase in height and a slightly more robust build, he now looked unmistakably like a young man. Half a year is indeed a long time for children. When together, I didn't realize how much these kids had grown, but meeting them after a long separation, I can really feel it. They say kids grow overnight, but in half a year, they've evolved to their next form. And finally, Your Highness, Junior, the last of my main party members to hear the news, came running in a frantic rush. I knew it. I just knew it. That Your Highness wouldn't abandon us, or meet a tragic end outside. Junior looked exactly the same as half a year ago. The wide-brimmed wizard hat, the fluffy robe covering her body, and, gurgle, even the blood spitting. As soon as she arrived in front of me, Junior dramatically spat blood onto the ground. Seeing me gaping, Junior wiped her mouth, looking awkward and stumbling over her words. It's a gag. Hey, that repertoire isn't working anymore, you know? Everyone else has evolved in a positive direction, so why are you back to spitting blood? Weren't you over that chronic illness? I thought I was over it, but some residual elements remained in my magic pathways, and they've caused trouble again. Damien, looking pained, cast a healing spell on Junior, murmuring heal, heal. Lucas, who had come to my side, explained with a wry smile. Junior has been pushing herself too hard. We just couldn't afford to give our magic forces a break. So, overexertion led to a relapse of the blood spitting, I see. Junior, somewhat recovered, flashed her characteristic fox-like smile. Anyway, it's really good to have you back, Your Highness. I looked around at my surroundings. Lucas, Evangeline, Damien, all smiling around me. Really, it is. Locking eyes with each of my party members, I said, newly appreciative. It's good to be back. Sincerely, just like that. Chapter 412. Fortunately, while I was away, there were quite a few minor injuries, but almost no fatalities. None of the existing troops had deserted either. So, I went around to show my face to the other subordinates, not just my main party. Having returned after half a year, it was time to report my survival far and wide. Everyone was busy preparing for the defensive battle in their respective areas. When I appeared nonchalantly, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. Ash? In the northern part of the city, Duskbringer, who was inspecting hundreds of her knights and duchy soldiers lined up in formation, gaped at me. I waved and approached her. Duchess, have you been well? You just show up after half a year and that's all you have to say? Haha, I'll explain the details later when I gather everyone together. It's not practical to explain where I've been and what I've been doing to everyone I meet. I plan to gather everyone tonight, have a meal together, and then share my story all at once, along with discussing future plans. It really is you, Ash? Duskbringer, as if in a trance, approached me, pinching my cheek and poking around my body. Hey, that hurts. So it's not some imposter or shapeshifter, it really is you. Of course it's really me. Have you been well? How can you be so shameless? Do you even know how worried everyone was? Duskbringer started pinching me all over with her tiny hands. Seriously, stop it. It hurts. After the pinching punishment was over, I smiled wryly and gestured to her. I was worried you might have swallowed up Crossroad in my absence. I might have if I had set my mind to it, but this dragon lady, with the blood of the evil dragon flowing in her veins, smirked wickedly. Stealing is more fun when the owner is around, isn't it? You have a terrifying philosophy. Stealing when the owner is absent is petty theft, but taking it by force makes one a conqueror. Now that you're back, I must once again keep a watchful eye on this place. Even as we exchanged these words, I knew the truth, that she and her army had fought harder than anyone to defend Crossroad over the past half-year. Everyone was waiting, believing you would return. Duskbringer gazed at my face quietly and smiled faintly. It seems you've resolved some of the turmoil inside you. I don't know the details, but welcome back, Ash. I too eventually smiled at her. Yes, I'm back, Duchess. Despite my long absence, they welcomed me warmly. I was just grateful for that. The penal squad and the troops from the Northern Aryan Kingdom were in the southern plains, busy strengthening the kill zone and barricades. So I went to greet them. In this place, filled with muscular soldiers sweating profusely and working hard on the fortifications. Kulin was there, shirtless, his muscular physique on display, wearing a dog collar around his neck, and with Princess Yoon riding on his back, his face a picture of misery, the ivory-colored girl seated on the back of the red-furred wolf beastman. It made for a nice picture. But what on earth were they doing? Kulin and I locked eyes for a moment, frozen. I barely managed to open my trembling lips. What? Oh, Prince Ash? You're back. Princess Yoon, finally noticing me, waved energetically at me while holding Kulin's leash. This flirtatious prince. I knew you had wanderlust, but where have you been gallivanting off to for half a year? That's a story for tonight. But what are you two doing? In exchange for our troops aiding in the defense of Crossroad, Commander Lucas agreed to lend me this lovely, fluffy muscle mass. Lucas? I understand the troops are important, but did he trade Kulin for them? Over the past 6 months, our two forces have moved as one, and now we've achieved such fine muscle coordination. I have no idea what she means by muscle coordination, but the Penal Squad and Aryan Kingdom's warriors were indeed working together seamlessly. The warriors from the Aryan Kingdom are a valuable human resource. Certainly, trading Kulin for their help seems like a good deal. After some mental calculations, I came to the same conclusion as Lucas. So, have a good time, Kulin. What are you saying, Commander? How can you say that seeing me like this? Finally, Kulin burst out in frustration. Save me. Ever since you disappeared, I've been treated like a pet dog. Well, if you're happy, then it's okay. I'm not happy. I'm not happy at all. Then, Yoon lightly pulled back on Kulin's leash. Oh, my puppy isn't happy being with me? Gah, that's not it. Not it, Princess Yoon. Humph, fine. I'll let you go for today. Princess Yoon unfastened the dog collar from Kulin's neck and lightly jumped down to the ground. Kulin, glancing between me and Yoon, quickly ran away. As Kulin ran off, Yoon licked her lips with a look of disappointment. Ah, he's more unapproachable than I thought. Even with my advances, he doesn't budge. That's your way of courting? Of course, when a woman puts a collar on a man and clings to him, it obviously means let's be together, right? I just can't understand the mindset of people from the north. Seeing Yoon squint her bright yellow eyes, I quietly offered her some advice. Kulin is from the Beastman tribe, a race that has long been treated as slaves by humans. He might be offended by being treated as property. Oh, Yoon looked down at the dog collar in her hand and clicked her tongue. Oh dear, the bear beastmen in our country aren't slaves but equal citizens. So I'm not sensitive to such issues, and this collar is just my preference. What a preference. Cleared my throat. If you consider these aspects, you might be able to build a better relationship with Kulin. Whether this boisterous princess is serious about Kulin or not, I couldn't tell. I did act a bit impulsively. It's hard to admit, but being royal has sometimes narrowed my perspective. Muttering to herself, Yoon threw the dog collar to the ground and turned to face me. Well, finding a husband is important, but there's something more pressing right now, Prince Ash. What could be more important? In the half-year you've been gone, the world's political landscape has been shaken up. I furrowed my brows. What happened? How could you not know, having been away for half a year? Yoon raised her hand, pointing north. The civil war between Crown Prince Lark and Prince Fernandez surrounding the imperial capital New Terra. The so-called battle for the throne. The conclusion was reached just recently. I swallowed hard. During the time I wandered through the dungeon beneath the lake and the other side of Oblivion's beyond, half a year had passed, and that half year was enough to end the war between the two princes. My voice trembled as I asked, "The winner is?" Somehow I had a guess about the outcome, and as I suspected, Princess Yoon matter-of-factly announced the result. Prince Fernandez. News has spread across the continent that Fernandez and his army secured a decisive victory a few days ago. I clenched my teeth. Yoon continued. Prince Lark and the Imperial Army's First Legion he led have been annihilated. Their current status, whether alive or dead, is unknown. There are only rampant rumors. Some say he was dismembered, others that he was executed. I recalled the face of my kind-hearted older brother. Could he really be dead? Yoon shrugged her shoulders. Anyway, the ruler of the empire, no, the ruler of the world, has been decided. Then, Princess Yoon, shouldn't you be going to pledge allegiance to Prince Fernandez? As I gestured, Yoon gave a bitter laugh. While the opportunists are rushing to swear fealty to Fernandez, my kingdom and I have decided to wait a bit longer. Why? Us Northerners have a good intuition. Yoon's expression hardened slightly. There's been an ominous rumor circulating from the imperial capital. An ominous rumor? The imperial capital New Terra has been under lockdown for a long time now. Not even an ant can enter or leave by land. But still, stories find a way to leak out. Does the Aryan Kingdom also have an intelligence network inside New Terra? Yoon glanced around to ensure no one was listening and then whispered to me. A massive, unidentified magic circle is being set up throughout the imperial capital. A magic circle? Despite winning the war, Fernandez still strictly controls the citizens inside the capital. I've even heard that people can't leave their houses now, not just the city. Something big is about to happen, Prince Ash. Us Northerners are very sensitive to such things. I have a terrible premonition that something major and ominous is brewing. I thought about Fernandez's objective I learned in the depths of the dungeon, and the face of the Emperor I met in the spirit world. The southern front is already overwhelmed with dealing with monsters. Yoon glanced at me. But still, Prince Ash, if you are one of the world's rulers, you should start preparing. A great upheaval is stirring at the heart of the world. I listened quietly and then slowly nodded. Thank you for the advice, Yoon, and for helping to defend Crossroad in the meantime. If the Northerners just sit back because the crisis is in the south, it would be too late for saving face later, wouldn't it? We just had aligned interests. Waving her hand dismissively, Yoon then looked in the direction Kulin had run off. Now, how should I change my courtship strategy? Sigh, romance is quite challenging. Don't you have any advice, Playboy? Yoon asked me. I broke out in a cold sweat. No, Ash is the flirt. Not me. I'm a lifelong single, so I can't offer useful advice. Oops. Right, I am Ash. I may not remember my Playboy days, but, after a moment of contemplation, I gave the best advice I could think of. Just be honest. Make it clear that you're interested. Whether it's through words, actions, or gestures, make it unequivocal. Unequivocal. Sometimes being clear about your intentions can be more helpful, I thought. Yoon, who had been intently observing me, finally chuckled. Come to think of it, Prince Ash, your romance advice seems rather useless. Eh? Why? I was trying to be serious. Do I really come across as such a novice? Well, because you have a face that's inherently persuasive. If you whispered sweet nothings with that face, 9 out of 10 would just fall for it, wouldn't they? I awkwardly touched my face. Ironically, I've never really used this so-called handsome mask to any advantage. Yoon watched me for a moment and then waved her hand dismissively. All right, enough with giving others relationship advice. Go take care of your own lover. Huh? My lover? What's with that reaction? Don't you have a former fiancé who's been crying herself to sleep every night waiting for you for the past half-year? Her words made me realize something. There was a place I should have gone to as soon as I returned. A place more urgent than visiting my comrades. I stood agape and muttered, "Oh no, that's why you were a lifelong single. Retro-addict. Oh dear." I turned on my heels and ran towards the city's interior. Behind me, I could hear Yoon laughing uproariously. The worst kind of bad guy is the one who doesn't realize he's bad. And that's exactly you. No, that's not what I meant to be. I hope this time you'll be clear about your intentions with her. Your Highness. Ignoring Yun's teasing, based on the advice I had given her, I clenched my teeth and ran towards the heart of Crossroad, to the Silver Winter Merchant Guild branch, to where Serenade was. Chapter 413. At the Silver Winter Merchant Guild branch, in the guild leader's room. Serenade was asleep. She was lying on the desk bathed in sunlight, buried in a pile of paperwork. Already slender, she had lost more weight. Her disheveled aqua hair had grown a bit longer over the past half-year, now quite lengthy. Standing beside her, sleeping softly with her thin arm as a pillow, I was at a loss for words. I could see the scar on her white forearm. It was from the battle with the Goblin Legion. So much had changed in half a year. Yet, the scar she bore because of me remained distinctly visible. Quietly, I took off my coat and draped it over Serenade's shoulders. Even though it's still warm in early autumn, she might catch a cold sleeping like this. Should I leave my greeting for later? How tired must she have been to fall asleep like this? Felt wrong to wake her, just as I was about to leave after one last look at her sleeping face. Ooh. Serenade's long eyelashes fluttered, and slowly, her silvery eyes opened. Our eyes met. Serenade blinked in a daze, then slowly raised her upper body from the desk. Rubbing her eyes a few times, she murmured in confusion, "Is this a dream?" I gave her a gentle smile. "Would you prefer it to be a dream? Even if it's a dream, it's fine." Serenade took my hand, brought it to her cheek, and felt the touch quietly. "It's been so long since I've seen you, Your Highness, even in a dream." "You cruel man. I've been waiting a lifetime for you, and you couldn't even let me know you were alive." Murmuring sleepily, I tenderly asked her, "What would you most like to do if you met me in reality?" "Since we're in a dream, I'll let you do whatever you've wanted to do the most." Serenade looked up at me shyly and then answered, a bit embarrassed, "I want to kiss your forehead, like I used to when you were very young." Quietly, I knelt on one knee before her. Serenade, with the carefulness of unwrapping a birthday present's ribbon, brushed my bangs aside, and then brought her pert nose to my revealed forehead. "Do you remember? When we were very young, and we used to play and fall asleep together, I would give you a goodnight kiss on your forehead. Eventually, as you grew up a bit, you became embarrassed, and I could no longer give those goodnight kisses, but I've always missed that." Her cool, soft lips then touched my forehead and slowly withdrew. Thump. Afterward, she pressed her forehead against mine. With closed eyes, Serenade murmured in a distant voice, "How I long for those beautiful days." Those beautiful days and you. She really thinks she's still in a dream. Maybe I should be a bit bolder then. Slowly detaching our foreheads, I stood up and smiled at her as she sat in the chair. Serenade. Have you ever received a goodnight kiss from me? She widened her silvery eyes in surprise.
No.
But I was your elder sister, wasn't I? I always kissed your forehead and tucked you in. You were always the one giving. I carefully brushed her bangs to the side. From now on, I'll start repaying you, little by little, for everything you've given me. Then, I leaned in slowly and kissed her forehead. Serenade quietly closed her eyes to receive my kiss. A faint, happy smile appeared on her lips. It's been a long time since I've had such a happy dream. Ever since your highness disappeared, my heart has been aching and restless. I couldn't sleep properly at night and only had nightmares. Having such a happy dream now, maybe when I wake up, your highness might soon return. Serenade's smile slowly turned a bit sad as she opened her eyes. Thank you, your highness. Even if it's just a dream, I was happy. But now I must wake up. Too sweet a dream. It hurts when broken. I chuckled softly. It seemed like time to wake her up. It's not a dream. What? It's not a dream. This is reality. Ha! What are you saying? Look, even if I pinch my cheek, it doesn't hurt. Serenade lightly pinched her cheek, then blinked in surprise. Huh? It hurts? Right? But, if this is reality, how can your highness be right in front of a girl like me? Well, because I've returned. Looking at me incredulously, tears began to well up in Serenade's silvery eyes. I awkwardly smiled and stretched out my arms. I'm back, Serenade. I'm sorry for causing you so much worry. Here, since I've troubled you so much, you can hit me as hard as you. Serenade didn't hit me. Instead, she leapt out of her chair, rushing into my arms and embracing me tightly. It's not a dream. It's not a dream. It's not a dream. Holding on to me, she wept. I thought I'd never see you again. I was so scared. As I gazed down at her trembling shoulders, I awkwardly lowered my arms and held her. I made you cry too much. I gently patted her back, soothing her like comforting a child, and whispered, Thank you, Serenade. Thanks to your advice back then, I was able to find myself. Your words that if I fall apart, I should just live as I am. Thanks to that, I could find myself and return here. I've always been just receiving from her. So I should say it one more time. From now on, I'll start repaying you, bit by bit, for what you've given me. I continued to stroke her back until Serenade calmed down, hoping that I can make her cry a little less from now on, that I can create more smiles than tears for her. With that wish, Serenade didn't want to leave my side, but I managed to persuade her to let go. I had to greet the others as well. Serenade seemed very worried that I might disappear again. I reassured her several times that I really wouldn't go anywhere. Really? Really? You won't disappear without a word again. Of course. Shall I pinky promise? We pinky promised, nodding heads. I wiped her tear-stained cheeks with a handkerchief. She had cried so much that her beautiful face was a mess. One last thing. Blow your nose. Serenade obediently blew her nose as I instructed. She seemed a bit regressed due to all the crying. But, well, she's cute, so let's leave it be. Perhaps because she was exhausted from crying, relieved by my return, or from the lack of proper sleep. Serenade quickly fell asleep once I laid her on the bed in the room. After one last look at her sleeping face, I stepped outside. I had to finish greeting the remaining people. Flash. I used the teleport gate to reach the base camp of the Lake Kingdom dungeon. The Holy Grail Seekers were staying here, and I came to meet Kelly Bay and Nameless, among others. It's working fine. I was worried the gate might malfunction again and throw me into the spirit world. But fortunately, it worked perfectly. If it had broken again after all that effort fixing the system, I would have really had to take it up with the director. Ah, the lost lamb has returned. As I entered the base camp, Kelly Bay greeted me warmly. Seeing the bald dwarf with his familiar and friendly demeanor after so long, my heart felt at ease. I laughed out loud. Why are you so cool about it? Everyone else has been crying and fussing over my return. I know a bit about physiognomy, and you don't have the face of someone who would die abroad. TL note. Physiognomy is the supposed art of judging character from facial characteristics. What kind of death does my face predict? Why don't you look in the mirror, you primp? A face that will get stabbed by a woman while philandering. Kelly Bay chuckled. Just kidding. Recently, there was an incident deep in the dungeon where 2 Nightmare Legion commanders fell simultaneously. I knew right away it had something to do with you. Your intuition is really something. I genuinely admired, and Kelly Bay shrugged. Since I've been here, no one has defeated a Nightmare Legion commander. But you took down 4 in just a year. When 2 more suddenly fell, it was only logical to think you were involved. Listening to him, it actually seemed like quite a logical deduction. So, having defeated 2 Nightmare Legion commanders, you must have brought back the magic cores, right? Kelly Bay squinted his eyes and extended his hand towards me. I'll craft an incredible nightmare slayer for you. Come on. Hand them over. No. I couldn't retrieve the magic cores. What? Where did you lose such valuable things? I scratched the back of my head awkwardly. The situation had been such that I was thrown into the spirit world before I could gather anything like magic cores. The last moments of Raven and Salome flashed in my mind. I felt a bit heavy-hearted. What about the magic core of the Goblin God King? At least give me that. I'll craft something awesome. Hurry! Why are you so obsessed with making nightmare slayers? That's dangerous equipment. Do you know how fun it is to work with materials like that? Besides, ever since you've been gone, I've had to make do with mediocre materials. It's been so boring. Kelly Bay swung his hammer above his head. Remember, from now on, you should entrust me with crafting difficult and rare equipment. Don't disappear for such a long time again. Got it. Got it. I got it. I promise myself to submit all the pending equipment requests soon. Ah, Prince. You've returned. That's when Kellybay's assistant, Hannibal, emerged from the forge. This boy with bangs covering his eyes had also grown quite a bit in half a year. Kids really do grow up fast. Hannibal, who enchants equipment with spirits, was now openly carrying several spirits around with him. During my absence, Kelly Bay had been churning out weapons and armor, and Hannibal had been enchanting spirits non-stop to supply Crossroad. Apparently, these powerful spirit-enchanted gears had been crucial in holding the line of defense for Crossroad. I was grateful for that. After praising the two and chatting about various things, I looked around the base camp. I saw several NPC adventurers, but I couldn't find Coco the Severer or Nameless. If it's those two, they went into the deep parts of the dungeon to handle something. It's a usual thing for them. I'll pass on your story when they return. Thank you. I appreciate it. As we were wrapping up the conversation, I saw 5 elves hurrying toward us from the other side of the base camp. It was the Holy Grail Seekers. Verdandi, leading the group, saw me and screamed while pulling at her hair. Kyra! Ash! This was the first time someone greeted me with a scream upon reunion. I waved back happily. Soon after, surrounded by the 5 elves, we exchanged updates on recent happenings. During my absence, these 5 had not only helped defend Crossroad but also carried out dungeon explorations on their own. We've managed to clear a path to the Mage Tower in Zone 8. Now that you're here, Lord Ash, we can set out to conquer it any time. The Mage Tower, in Zone 8 of the dungeon, is said to house the Holy Grail. We were finally ready to embark on the quest they had longed for. Verdandi, with her trademark tear-streaked eyes and bright smile, then turned serious. Ah, of course, the Mage Tower dungeon itself is a formidable place, and with the next defensive battle in just a few days, we should think about it after that.
Don't worry.
We'll handle the defensive battle smoothly, and we'll conquer the Mage Tower and retrieve the Holy Grail. Sniff. How much I've missed your confident voice, Lord Ash. Verdandi pretended to wipe away a tear. I chuckled and looked around. But where are Burnout and Bodybag? I thought they'd be with you. The Shadow Squad had been disbanded. The only survivors left were Burnout and Bodybag. I had hoped that Verdandi, being an elf herself, might have taken care of them, but they weren't here. As I mentioned the two, Verdanda's face stiffened slightly. They've been with Lily lately. With Lily? Why? Well, the thing is, Verdandi showed a bittersweet expression. Lily has encountered a major problem. Chapter 414. Crossroad. The Alchemy Workshop. Bang! I burst into the workshop, calling out urgently. Lily! Lily's room was near the entrance of the workshop, a consideration for her difficulty in walking. As I rushed in, I shouted. I heard there's been trouble. What kind of incident? My words trailed off. Lily was sitting demurely at her workshop desk, inspecting an artifact. Your Highness! Lily looked at me in shock, her voice filled with surprise. My goodness, you're back? Yes, I am back. But... I pointed at Lily with a trembling hand. What's with that belly? Lily, seated in her chair, had, incredibly, a hugely swollen belly. I covered my mouth with my hand and approached her. Why is your belly so big? Ah, that's because you can't overeat to this extent because of stress. How did you end up with such severe abdominal obesity? That's not belly fat, okay? Lily shouted, then sighed and placed her hands on her belly. I'm pregnant. What? My mouth fell open. Whose child is it? Who else could it be? Obviously, it's Godhands. Lily gave me a look that seemed to question why I was even asking. I was truly speechless. Just then, Bodybag and Burnout came out from inside the workshop and greeted me. Lily moved from the chair to the wheelchair with their assistance. It seems I got pregnant right before the Goblin Legion attacked. If I calculate the dates, it's been about 8 months now. 8 months? So, she would be giving birth in about 2 months? Or does it differ for a half-elf? As I looked bewildered at Lily's swollen belly, she reprimanded me. Your Highness, I understand you're surprised, but aren't there certain words you're supposed to say first when a subordinate announces a pregnancy? Ah, yes, of course. I stopped hesitating and finally offered the greeting I should have given earlier. Congratulations? Thank you, Your Highness. It feels like you're just saying it because I pointed it out. Lily gave a wry smile and asked Bodybag and Burnout to tidy up inside the workshop. The two elves complied quietly with her request. As I pushed her wheelchair outside, Lily bowed her head in thanks. I know what you're worried about, Your Highness. Everyone was concerned. Once we reached the backyard of the workshop, Lily opened up after a moment of silence in the fresh air. The baby has no father, and the mother can't use her legs, and on top of that, the child in my womb is a despised half-breed between a human and an elf. I know. It's going to be very hard. What could I possibly add? I just listened. Lily continued. When I found out I was pregnant, I was in a lot of turmoil. Should I keep the baby? If I do, how will we live? The early autumn sunlight pierced through the foliage in the backyard, shining down on Lily's face. She closed her eyes gently. I felt so helpless. I even thought about ending it all, just like that, with the baby. But I just couldn't. I didn't have the courage. Lily pressed her lips together firmly. I didn't have the courage to abort the baby, or to die with it, so I just decided to have the baby. To live. To reach such a 6-word conclusion, how many nights must she have spent in turmoil? Regrettably, I was not by Lily's side during her times of distress. She had to reach her conclusion and endure all by herself. Lily was strong. No, you're incredibly brave, Lily, I said earnestly, nodding my head. I'll help you. With giving birth, with raising the child. Crossroad might have a challenging work environment, but the welfare is good, right? Just trust the Lord. There's a saying that it takes a village to raise a child. It means that many people's help is needed for a child to grow up safely. I was willing to offer any help I could for Lily and her child, and I believed others would feel the same. Didn't I promise you before? If you decide to take on a challenge, I will help. Maybe Lily is facing a challenge bigger than any she has faced before. More than ever, she would need a lot of help. I won't refuse, Your Highness. Lily placed her hand on her belly and smiled sheepishly. It seems I'm in no position to refuse. I thought that during my absence only the children had grown up beyond recognition. But it wasn't just the children. Adults grow too. Looking into Lilith's eyes, which seemed deeper than before, I felt a lump in my throat. All right, that's enough about my personal matters. I'll report on how the artifacts and defensive installations have been devastated in your absence. Oh, did you see the giant skull hanging on the southern wall on your way here? It's really something. Lily, true to her role in artifact management, began her report. I listened attentively to her report, but my gaze remained fixed on her belly. Crossroad is known as the city built over a graveyard. But even here, people fall in love, have children, and continue to live, even on a graveyard, rising above death. I decided to live. I thought I would not soon forget those 6 words Lily uttered. All the more reason to protect the front lines here, to protect this world so they can live on. I clenched my fist tightly. After visiting the alchemy workshop, I made rounds to other workshops, greeting the guild leaders for the first time in a while. I exchanged greetings with other mercenaries and soldiers. After finishing my round of survival notifications, I headed back to the mansion. I stopped the carriage in front of the temple. A large man in a helmet was sweeping the entrance of the temple. I got out of the carriage and approached him. Torkel. He was the leader of the leprosy extermination squad, Torkel. Startled as I called his name and approached, Torkel looked at me. Your Highness, you've returned. Haha, it was a long journey. But yes, I'm back. I smiled awkwardly and observed Torkel's appearance. Have you been doing menial tasks at the temple ever since? Yes, that's right. Torkel scratched the back of his helmeted head and answered in his characteristic gruff voice. Still haven't found the answer. Because of the goblin horde that attacked the temple. The leprosy extermination squad, except for Torkel, had been wiped out. Saintess Margarita, the head priestess, died here, taking an arrow meant for Torkel. I don't know what meaning this temple held for him, but his reason for not leaving and choosing to loiter around doing menial tasks seemed understandable. Torkel calmly explained how the temple had been managed during my absence, and I listened quietly. And he also had new information to share. Within a few weeks, a new high priest will be assigned to this temple. At Torkel's words, my eyes widened in surprise. A new high priest? Is someone being dispatched from the Central Order? Yes. Actually, we all thought no one would come, and that Damien would continue as the high priest. But recently, we received a message from the Central Order. They'll be arriving soon. It was truly unexpected news. Was there another foolish priest willing to come to this remote place? Or perhaps it was as the Order had always done, sending someone to monitor the situation here as a spy. Up until now, I could stay here because Damien, acting as the high priest, generously allowed it, but with the arrival of the new high priest, I'll probably be driven out. Torkel slowly turned his body and looked around the temple. A leper, and the one responsible for the death of the previous high priestess, Saintess Margarita, is right here. Ah, I've brought up a rather depressing topic. My apologies. Torkel bowed to me respectfully. If you need me, please feel free to call on me. If you summon me, I am ready to go to the battlefield and die. Then, take care, Your Highness. Torkel then resumed his combing. His movements in cleaning around the temple were mechanical, yet skilled. After watching him for a moment, I boarded the carriage. The survival report was more or less complete. Now, it's time to prepare for the next stage. That evening, my heroes began to arrive at my mansion. We had decided to have dinner and chat. The Lord's mansion was lively for the first time in a while. The servants, seemingly overjoyed at my return, brought out a plethora of dishes they hadn't even been ordered to make. smiling from ear to ear. The meal was delicious, and the atmosphere was excellent. I felt relieved. If only it hadn't been for the flower garden interior of the mansion. In my absence, the Lord's mansion had once again transformed into a cutesy, bling-bling interior. There was only one person who would undertake such a change in taste. I glared at the culprit, grinding my teeth. Evangeline. Foo-foo. Fowie. Evangeline, who had grown a bit over the last 6 months, still couldn't whistle properly and pretended not to hear. Everyone burst into laughter. No, it's not funny. Why does my house always end up like this whenever I'm away? Anyway, everything else was good except for the interior. While eating, I briefly told them about what I had experienced. Falling deep into the dungeon. Defeating 2 commanders of the Nightmare Legion. The stories of the villagers and Mason from the bottom. And finally, redefining myself in the spirit realm. I didn't tell them everything, but I shared what needed to be shared without omission. Especially. So, I want to apologize. This part had to be clear. I should apologize for disappearing for half a year, but more than that, I want to apologize for my attitude before I disappeared. I had tried to become a monster, believing it was the way to protect more people. To do so, I broke my own flag, but what I overlooked was this. The flag was no longer just mine. It was a banner raised together by everyone on this front. Forgetting that, I acted arrogantly. My comrades rebelled against me. They did not follow my orders. To protect me. To protect our flag. Thanks to them, I was able to realize something more important. Thanks to all of you, I was able to avoid crossing the line. Thanks to you, I was able to return. My flag and I were protected by everyone here. Thank you, everyone. I bowed my head to everyone. We should be the ones thanking you, Your Highness. After a moment of silence, Lucas, sitting next to me, smiled broadly. For coming back. He was probably thanking me for physically coming back. But also for coming back as myself, the one who once again took up the old flag. That must be what Lucas meant. I responded with a slight smile. After the meal, when tea and snacks were being passed around to everyone, I brought up our future tasks. Let's get organized. There are 3 immediate challenges we need to address. I clenched my fist and then extended only my index finger, shaking it. First, assessing the world's political situation. Whether we like it or not, it's something we must do to survive. Politics. It's said that Fernandez won the throne battle in the imperial capital. Soon, the repercussions will reach here. Thinking of the influence Fernandez has extended to Crossroad. It surely won't be a mild impact. Let's keep our ears wide open and prepare for the shockwave coming from the imperial capital. Then, I extended 2 fingers, my index and middle finger. Second, dungeon exploration. Dungeon offense. Perhaps the most important task for clearing this game. The next time we explore a dungeon, we'll head to Zone 8's Mage Tower to retrieve the Holy Grail. Everyone was listening intently to my words. I nodded. It's larger and more threatening than any dungeon we've explored before. We must be fully prepared before setting out. Lastly, I spread out 3 fingers, my index, middle, and ring finger. And finally, the most imminent major event. The next defense battle. Tower defense. The essence of this damned game. A defense battle right after returning. Really? I chuckled. What a thrill. Stage 20. The next boss stage was just around the corner. Chapter 4:15. During my absence, the heroes had diligently conducted autonomous dungeon explorations, and therefore the opponent for this stage had already been identified. The Ghost Pirate Legion. A pirate legion composed of ghosts that command various marine creatures, with Ghost Pirate Captain Bernard Poker as their leader. The summoned sea monsters are troublesome, but the real problem is the ghost fleet they lead. Ghost Pirate Captain Bernard Poker possesses a special skill, Stormy Ebb. When this skill is activated, a torrential downpour falls from the sky, and this rain is all seawater. It's a crude magic that connects the real sea and sky through a kind of gate. And if even a little seawater is on the ground, the ghost ships of the Ghost Fleet can advance. Their main tactic is to lay a field of seawater with their special skill and whip it up with ghost ships. These ghost ships, protected by evil spirits, are more powerful than an average warship when in full condition. They're almost comparable to airborne ships in power, just lacking the ability to fly. And the dark event they've triggered for this boss stage is Rapid Advance. A horrendous dark event that greatly increases the speed of the monsters. Having saved up dark events to trigger all at once, the expected speed increase is about double. Just thinking about these already insanely mobile ghost pirate ships moving at double their usual speed is a terrifying thought. Moreover, as soon as they emerge from the Black Lake, they head north, covering in a day and a half what would normally take 3. This speed increase is a headache both in and out of battle. It could be even more troublesome to deal with than the breeding dark event that the Goblin Legion had last time. But, I smirked. We're not the kind to just stand and take hits. Crossroad, which has endured for over a year and a half in this game that spans 3 years. It means we've all grown seasoned enough. Such a challenge is now laughably surmountable. The heroes, who had been tensely listening to the ghost pirate specs, looked puzzled. Smirking, I tapped the portable blackboard Ader had set up with my staff. If we follow the plan I've devised, maybe this defense battle could turn out to be the easiest yet, practically a walk in the park. Twisting the rules, circumventing them, leaping over them, destroying them. I grinned as I explained the plan I had concocted. Confusion and astonishment flickered across everyone's faces. Lucas stuttered as he asked, "Can such a strategy really work?" Of course it will. Definitely. 742 attempts. And a year and a half of real combat. Thanks to the experience we've steadily accumulated, I can now intuit which strategies will work in real combat and which won't. And I have a hunch. This will work. No matter what. Of course, we'll prepare a plan B just in case. But trust me, this strategy is definitely viable. I clapped my hands with a smack. All right, less than a week remains until the defense battle. For the remaining time, all workers and available forces will start preparations for this operation. I looked around at the heroes and went, by the way, do you guys like sashimi? Sashimi? Yeah. Freshly sliced fish, dipped in soy sauce or vinegar sauce. Most looked bewildered, perhaps because Crossroad is inland and sashimi is an uncommon food culture in this area. I grinned and winked. All right, let's feast to our heart's content this time. Everyone, look forward to it. It seems like this town doesn't have soy sauce or vinegar for dipping. Though, the next day, construction began immediately. The workers remaining in the city, along with the soldiers and heroes, were all mobilized to start construction on the plain in front of the city walls, as per my instructions. It may seem like sudden, pointless digging on bare ground. Evangeline, who was energetically shoveling and digging the ground, wiped the sweat from her forehead and grinned. Now it really feels like our senior has returned. Standing next to her, overseeing the construction blueprint, I turned my attention to Evangeline. Really? In what way? Pulling out seemingly nonsensical strategies at a glance, and leading everyone without hesitation to execute them. Like that. Evangeline shrugged her shoulders. There have been more than a couple of times when I doubted if such strategies would really work. But they all dealt effective blows to the monsters. So, everyone believes and follows this construction project too, believing it will be meaningful. At the bustling construction site, people dug the ground and sweated without a hint of doubt. They all trust me. Then I must repay them with results. Defeat the monsters impressively. After confirming the construction site was up and running properly, I moved towards the city center. I had business with the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Ah, Your Highness. Serenade was already waiting, as I had sent a message ahead. Perhaps due to yesterday's incident, Serenade blushed and averted her eyes as soon as she saw me. Her shy demeanor made me feel embarrassed as well. However, my visit this time was not for personal reasons, but as a public duty of the Lord of Crossroad. So, I opened my mouth in a strictly businesslike tone. Serenade. As I mentioned in my message earlier, I would like to see the condition of the airship. Ah, yes. Please follow me. Serenade, snapping back to reality, led the way. I followed her. While Your Highness was away for the past half-year, the airship Geronimo underwent repairs and upgrades under the supervision of Master Smith Kellybay. In the property owned by the Silver Winter Merchant Guild, several new warehouses had sprung up over the past few months. Serenade brought me to the largest of these. Kung! The warehouse door opened, revealing the monstrous form of the waiting airship. I involuntarily gasped. The bulky thrusters like furnaces attached directly to it. 2 propellers attached to the head and tail. An archaic, thick design that exudes brutality. While its characteristic blunt and brutish appearance remained, several more layers of sturdy external armor had been added, and several more protruding weapons were affixed. Besides adding armor and weapons, we've especially overhauled the engine. The current output is 1.5 times what it was before. 1.5 times? Master Smith Kellybay put in a great deal of effort. He regretted not being able to complete this airship, saying it was his lifelong regret. As we approached, the airship's hatch slowly opened. Chick dash. Inside the airship, in a maid uniform, was the swordswoman Elise, whom I hadn't seen in a long time. She gracefully bowed to me. Extending her arm towards the open interior of the airship, Serenade smiled brightly. How about it? Would you like to take a test flight? And so, 22222. As we took our seats, the airship took off with a heavy mechanical sound. The giant metal mass gently lifted off the ground, and before we knew it, it had gained altitude and soared into the sky. The control system was only roughly mastered by our people, but after Master Smith Kellybay's new guidance, it became much more efficient to operate. As I listened to Serenade's explanation, I looked out the window. Crossroad looked different when viewed from the sky. I observed the city, which I hadn't been able to closely watch until now, in silence. The airship circled the city slowly and not too high, as if to be considerate of my observation. In the half-year I was away, the city itself has changed a lot, I remarked after observing Crossroad for a while. There were many buildings that hadn't been there half a year ago, although some of it might be due to the different perspective from the sky. Among them, one particularly tall building under construction caught my eye. I pointed to it. Is that building under construction, by any chance? Yes, it's a hotel. Serenade smiled. The very one you requested to be built. Wow, it's come up quite a bit. Here in Crossroad, we've been researching magical construction methods. I had left the defense tower scroll at the alchemy workshop. It must be that technology. We're applying various technologies, so it's being built very quickly. It might be completed sooner than expected. The hotel construction was a plan I pushed for not long after I took charge here. But only now, after a year and a half, tangible progress was emerging. The city has changed tremendously in the year and a half since I took charge. I think there are aspects where it's unrecognizably developed, though it feels odd to say this myself. And again, in another year and a half. At the end of the 3rd year, when all these battles are concluded, I wonder how much it will have changed. As I silently observed the city, Serenade cautiously broached a topic. Your Highness, the reason for your visit today is… I came out of my reverie and faced Serenade. Firstly, I plan to use this airship in the upcoming battle. Serenade nodded brightly. By all means, please do. After all, this airship has been repaired to assist you, Your Highness. We will keep it ready in perfect condition. Thank you, Serenade. And I cautiously brought up the next topic. I would like to know a little about the news from the Imperial capital. Serenade's expression stiffened slightly at my question. The Silver Winter Merchant Guild is based in New Terra, the Imperial capital. Although the head of the guild is in this remote southern territory, its roots are still in the Imperial capital. Furthermore, the Silver Winter Merchant Guild has been focusing on information trading at my request. There must be information about the war between the first and second princes, the battle for the throne that took place in the imperial capital. Serenade looked down for a moment to gather her thoughts, then slowly began to speak. You must have already heard that the war between the two princes ultimately ended in victory for Prince Fernandez. I nodded. Serenade continued. During the war, we maintained contact with the inner part of the imperial capital. Our guild advisor, Alberto, periodically sent couriers. The image of Alberto, an elderly valet with a splendid beard, crossed my mind. After retiring from his valet position, Alberto joined the Silver Winter Merchant Guild at my recommendation, and he stayed in the imperial capital even during the critical situation of the war. But communication has been completely cut off since the end of the war. Even the regular reports that he would send without fail in the event of no major incidents have stopped. It's premature to jump to conclusions without information, but it's certain that something significant is happening in the imperial capital. Serenade hesitated for a moment before adding more. And there's something I must apologize for, Your Highness. Ha! It's about the first prince's wife and 3 sons, whom you entrusted me to protect. The wife and 3 children of first Prince Lark. My sister-in-law and nephews, whom I had managed to extract from Fernandez's grasp and escape here. What could have happened to them during the half-year I was away? I looked at Serenade with surprised eyes. Serenade closed her mouth tightly and bowed her head to me. After the news of Prince Lark's defeat spread, the princess and the 3 princes left this place. It was just a few days ago. I tried to persuade them to stay, but she left, saying, "How can I just stand by as a princess in the face of my husband's misfortune?" There was nothing I could do to stop them. I ran my hand over my face. This was an aspect I hadn't fully considered. I intended to keep them safe from Fernandez's clutches and simultaneously use them as a deterrent to prevent Lark from acting recklessly towards this place. With the rumors of Lark's defeat and death coming in, it seems the entire family couldn't stay put and took action. With the 3rd prince myself also missing, they probably didn't feel a strong need to stay here. If I hadn't disappeared and had been here, I might have been able to stop them, but it's already in the past. Lark's wife and children have slipped through my fingers, and they have walked into the maelstrom swirling around the imperial capital. I hope Lark is safe, and that he reunites with his wife and children safely. That's all I can wish for from afar. I gently patted the guilt-ridden Serenade on the shoulder. Don't blame yourself, Serenade. It wasn't something you could have controlled. It's already in the past. The princess left a message. Serenade cautiously looked up at me with her silver eyes. She said to tell you when you return. What is it? If Prince Lark has truly passed away, and if she and her 3 sons also meet with misfortune. I clenched my mouth shut. Please stop Prince Fernandez. She said that now, the only person who can do this in the world is Prince Ash. Then she left. I clicked my tongue and looked out the window, this time not at the city but beyond. At the near south, where the Monster Legion would soon invade. And at the far north, from where ominous news might arrive any time. Alternating between the two. I was going to do that anyway, I muttered, glaring at the horizon with my eyes wide open. Because I've decided to protect this world. 5 days later, new intelligence arrived from the north. The news of Lark's execution and the news that his wife and 3 children were also captured and brutally killed. Chapter 416. The global situation was changing rapidly. Receiving information through various channels, including Serenade, Princess Yoon, and Duskbringer, I clasped my aching head. Lark and his army were finished. The Emperor was trapped in the spirit realm, unable to escape back to reality. The imperial capital and the empire were completely in Fernandez's grasp. What would become of the world now? How would Fernandez act? But here at the monster front there was a more immediate problem. The Ghost Pirate Legion would erupt from the Black Lake by tomorrow. And with defense lines like forward bases not activated, they would advance towards Crossroad without any hindrance. I could only hope that the facility the people here had been busily preparing in front of the southern wall of Crossroad for the past few days would work effectively. I had some confidence and self-assurance, but it was inevitable to feel a bit anxious. I had prepared a plan B just in case. As time passed, the night before the monster's invasion, I opened my inventory for the first time in a while and took out boxes I hadn't used before. 1 golden SSR grade reward box, 3 purple SR grade reward boxes. Rewards for defeating the Goblin God King. Time to open them now. There were more lower grade boxes farmed by the heroes while I was away, but I decided to keep them and open these 4 high grade boxes today. I first grasped the golden box. I had a feeling. I felt like I knew what was inside. So, I opened the box calmly, without praying or seeking the SSR god as usual. Flash dash. After a dazzling burst of light, inside the box was, as expected, a familiar piece of a flag. Great Commander's flag piece. 4/5. One of the 5 pieces of character Ash's exclusive equipment. Great Commander's flag. EX. Collect all 5 pieces to complete 1 flag. I knew it would be this. Holding the flag piece fluttering in my hand, I clicked my tongue. Just 1 left now. I would have been disappointed if it was something else. I really want to collect all these pieces and complete the item. I'm curious about how amazing this flag must be to consume 5 golden boxes. After storing the flag piece in the inventory, I opened the remaining 3 SR grade boxes. Flash, flash, flash. From the first box, a common SR grade magic core rolled out. Not as good as a complete product, but still not bad. I'm grateful it came out, considering how much magic core consumption there has been recently. And what came out of the second and third boxes was a dazzling silver mace and a large, thick rectangular shield. I swallowed as I examined the heavy equipment. This is Goddess Blessed Mace, SR. Goddess Blessed Great Shield, SR. Holy Guardies. It's the Goddess Blessed set. Equipment prefixed with Goddess Blessed. Exists only once in each equipment category. So there's a Goddess Blessed longsword, a Goddess Blessed crossbow, and so on. Ugh! How could it be so perfectly suited? True to equipment blessed personally by the goddess, they are natural predator gear against ghosts and undead-type monsters. Very appropriate and excellent items for us, who are about to face the Ghost Pirate Legion. Is it because it's been a while since I've opened boxes? It's so timely to get such apt items. So, it's good to have nice equipment, but I rested my chin on my hand and pondered. To whom should I give this? To whom would it be best to give it, so that rumors of a well-done job spread? After pondering with closed eyes, I slowly opened them. Indeed, the person to give this to is that guy alone. The next day, south the Black Lake. Bubble, bubble. The surface of the pitch-black lake churned violently. Whoosh! Suddenly, the water's surface exploded, and a massive warship burst forth. The warship was a ghastly sight. Its entire rotting and decayed hull was covered with grotesque deep-sea monsters, and on its tattered black sails were drawn bizarre skull patterns. On the front, back, left, right, and diagonal 8 directions of the ship, skeletons tied with chains were hanging, with blue flames flickering inside their empty skulls. On both sides were densely packed cannons and bladed hooks for capturing enemy ships. Screech! Kaya! Around the ship, dark specters continuously emitted terrifying screams, converging and dispersing repeatedly. Whoosh! The warship, spewing black spray in all directions, righted itself. Splash, splash. A ghostly figure, dressed like an admiral, walked onto the prow of the ship, dripping seawater all over. With each step, seawater splashed from his submerged boots, dragging a fish-smelling coat along the floor. A ghostly pirate with a bottle of liquor in his mouth. On his back, a giant great sword and cannon were crossed in an X shape. Ha! The ghost spread his arms wide, took a deep breath, then clicked his tongue and bit into the bottle of rum again. Land's smell, always shitty as ever. Nightmare Legion's 8th in the hierarchy. The Legionnaire of the Ghost Pirate Legion. Fleet Commander of the Ghost Raiding Fleet Bernard Poker. Whoosh! Whoosh! Grumbling, new ships began to appear on either side of his. Each one was a terribly damaged and broken ghost ship. The ships, carrying a creepy turquoise aura, were all surrounded by specters, and on one side of each ship, hideous monsters like giant crustaceans or octopuses clung, their eyes glinting murderously. Trudge, trudge, trudge. Suddenly, the previously empty deck was crowded with ghosts. In the hands of the dead were rusty swords, pistols, hooks, and ropes, as if they were ready to steer the ship into the enemy and board it for close-quarters combat. Watching his crew, Bernard Poker swallowed another mouthful from the bottle. Originally, the time for the deluge should have come, and it should have been his turn to invade the surface. But quite a commotion had occurred in the depths of the Lake Kingdom. Raven and Salome, two Nightmare Legionnaires, had collapsed after fighting each other, and before Raven's death, the plague he spread had swept over dozens of monster legions, causing terrible damage. It was only recently that the chaotic situation had calmed down, and with the arrival of the time for the deluge, the King of Kings had generously ordered Bernard Poker to march. "I'll give you a fair wind. Advance at full speed and bring ruin to the humans." "Fair wind, my ass. It's just because I'm the easiest pick among those left. They're throwing me out first." The sight of the red liquor flowing down the blue and transparent throat of the ghost captain was clearly visible. Originally, a ghost's body was unable to eat or drink anything, but his desire for alcohol couldn't be quenched even in death. He used his magic to decompose the alcohol and forcibly absorbed it into his body. The ectoplasm of the ghost's body turned slightly red. Bernard Poker tossed the empty bottle aside with a swift motion. As the glass shattered, Poker belched. "Always the sailor's lot to clean up? Damn high and mighty bastards." At that, the ghost's subordinates who had gathered around Poker chuckled and shouted. "So, are we not going to attack, Admiral? After a long time, we get to stab and kill the living. A chance to rob them of everything they have. Men, women, the elderly, children, those in between and beyond. Kill them all. Gold, jewels, silk, tobacco, pepper, coffee. Let's steal everything. And alcohol too. Beer, wine, brandy, rum, whiskey. Our captain doesn't discriminate." Poker unwittingly smiled as he looked around at his subordinates, who were spontaneously singing in tune. Before and after death, they were consistently foolish. His subordinates, some with starfish stuck on their heads, arrows embedded in them, missing eyes, lacking lower jaws, or even heads entirely, were quickly glanced over. However, Poker hummed as he took out a new bottle and popped the cork. "The best of them all is the cheap moonshine made by the wife who left. Kaya-ho! Our Admiral's voice is so sweet. I think I'm falling for you, Captain." Energized, Poker's subordinates cheered, and he barked an order. "Set sail. You damned bastards. Raise the anchor and unfurl the sails. Catch the wind dash." Following his gesture, he thrust his hand forward. "It's time for a storm. Rumble, rumble." Dark clouds gathered in the sky, whoosh, and began to pour down a terrifying downpour. The sea opened in the sky. Somewhere in the southern vast sea was magically connected to this place's sky. Salt water fell like a waterfall. Sea creatures swept up in it scattered their scales as they plummeted. Dancing in the rain, the ghost pirates moved forward as Poker stretched his hand out again. "Let's go. Plunder everything from the humans." Cutting through the pouring seawater, the giant ghost ships began to advance. There were 12 in total. 12 ghost ships surged northward through the storm, accompanied by the singing of the ghost pirates on board, and the hideous cries of the specters and sea monsters hanging from the ships. The King of Kings' promise of a fair wind was no empty boast. The ghost fleet moved much faster than usual, and the 12 ghost ships covered a distance that would normally take 3 days in just a day and a half. "Admiral, I see it. A pirate with a telescope on the crow's nest shouted noisily. The walls of the human city. Bernard Poker squinted through his dim eyes ahead. Indeed, there they were. Insignificant walls made of iron and bricks. Did four nightmare legionnaires really die here, unable to breach such a frail wall? A sneer formed on Poker's lips. A sneer for the foolhardy legionnaires who died here without overcoming this wall. Spiders, vampires, werewolves, goblins. All boasting about nearly destroying the world. But they perished here, unable to breach such a wall? Idiots, all of them. He snorted with the resolve to show what true plundering was. It's business as usual. Poker fiercely commanded his subordinates. Charge in dash. Whoa! At his straightforward and intuitive command, the ghost pirates cheered in unison. No one has ever withstood our fleet's simultaneous ramming tactic. This time will be no different. Riding the waves to approach the enemy's fortress, they don't slow down but instead crash the ghost ships directly into it. Then, entering close combat, they release the ghost pirates and sea monsters into the bellies of the enemy. The humans, confident in their walls, will be dismayed at the fact that ships can run on land, and the fact that the collision of the ships could bring down the walls. Let's go. Kill them all. Take everything. Kaya-ho. Sing a song. Plunder the treasures dash. As the rain of seawater poured from the sky, the 12 ghost ships spread out to the sides. Now, the walls were right in front of them. Poker took out a cannon and a great sword from his back and grasped one in each hand. Then he shouted, "Everyone, prepare for close quarters bat," he was about to say. Crack, whoosh, crunch, whoosh. A terrible noise resounded, and the ship vibrated intensely. The ghost ships, abruptly halting, one by one stopped in their tracks. The ghost pirates screamed as they were thrown noisily across the deck. A flustered Poker barely regained his balance and shouted, "What's going on?" The ship has." A pirate, who had been flung overboard and barely managed to crawl back up, shouted, "The ship has stopped, Captain." "What?" "I don't know. We can't move forward anymore. That's why we've stopped. We're screwed." "What nonsense is this, you Edie?" Before Poker could finish his swear. "Is your showboating done, idiots?" The human commander who interrupted Poker's intended curse, Ash, waved from atop the walls, with a wicked, smirking smile. "Then it's our turn." Ash's hand shot forward. "All units, fire!" Cannons lined up on the wall spewed flames in unison with his command. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Dozens, hundreds of cannonballs poured down like a shower, a sight that was imprinted on Bernard Poker's retina. The pirate captain slowly bit into his bottle and muttered in defeat. "Damn, we're really screwed now." Whoosh! Immediately afterward, the immobilized ghost ships were bombarded with a fierce crossfire of red cannonballs. Chapter 417. The combat power of the Ghost Pirate Legion mainly comes from their ghost ships. These cursed pirate ships, able to go anywhere as long as there is seawater, boast agile maneuverability and vicious destructive power. Especially, the ramming tactic, where they use the bow protected by specters and black magic, known as the ramming horn, is almost miraculous in its destructive power. If more than 10 ghost ships charge at terrifying speeds and ram their heads in, any defensive line would be penetrated and crumbled. Neither naval ships at sea nor fortresses on land can withstand it. Legion Commander Bernard Poker's special skill, Stormy Sea, can make it rain seawater from the sky. Using this laid layer of seawater, the ghost ships charge, collapsing the enemy's defenses. Then, through the breached gaps, ghost pirates and sea monsters are unleashed to slaughter the enemies. This is the basic tactic of the Ghost Pirate Legion. So, how to counter this tactic? The best strategy is, of course, to stop the ghost ships, to block them from even approaching our defenses, stopping them from afar. But blocking these ghost ships is no easy feat. Ghost ships themselves are classified as giant monsters, so our barricades and fences, mere shallow defenses, can be crushed by them. And of course, it's impossible to stop them with just human bodies. In the end, only walls can halt their advance. So, the tactics I've used in the game against them were mainly two. First, sacrificing forward bases. If we meet them at the forward bases, they use their ghost ships to crush the walls and attempt close-quarters combat. Here, we gradually eliminate their close-quarters troops and burn the ghost ships one by one. Although most of the walls of the forward base would be destroyed and practically turn into ruins, it was still a better option than letting the walls of Crossroad collapse. However, the current forward bases, in my absence for half a year, are in a mess due to lack of proper repair. It's too risky to conduct a defensive battle here. Additionally, the destructive power of the ghost pirates in close combat is not to be underestimated. If we face them from all sides in a melee, our casualties would snowball. So, I did not adopt the strategy of meeting them at the forward bases. Second, boarding their ships mid-march and eliminating them. This involved selecting characters from our side with flying or assault characteristics and dropping them onto their ships. If you board their ghost ships, a conquest scenario occurs, and if you control the ship's helm for a certain time, you can take over control of the ghost ship. Then, you can either drive the enemy ships to crash into each other or deliberately steer them into rough terrain to run aground. A guerrilla tactic. But this method also has its problems, starting with the fact that the deck of the ship is virtually the belly of the enemy. The deck is swarming with ghost pirates who enjoy close-quarters combat, and various sea monsters are waiting with open mouths. Sending a small group to clear the deck and steal the helm. Just talking about it is already difficult. Moreover, escaping after causing the ships to run aground or collide is extremely difficult. In the game, I often threw third or fourth tier heroes with flying attributes but rarely used, or low-level rookie characters with a feeling like scratching a lottery ticket. And 8 out of 10 times it would fail, or even if successful, they would die along with the ship. This has been a lengthy explanation, but the tactic I ultimately chose this time is simple. Ghost ships can only advance if there is seawater. Conversely, this means, if we can remove the seawater, they can't advance. So, the tactic I've prepared over the past week is exactly this. It's a drainage formation, not a backs-to-the-water defensive stance, but literally a water-draining formation. What the workers and soldiers had fervently set up in the southern plains wasn't a fence, barricade, trap, or any defensive tool. It was a drainage facility. When was it? Perhaps when I first used the public bath in the city. Lucas had said something proudly. Isn't it the pride of the Empire? Having faced many water disasters, we've become adept at utilizing water resources. We're the best in the world. Lucas had every reason to be proud. The Empire had established all the necessary technology for drawing in and draining water. Of course, if they could manage bathhouses of that scale, their drainage technology would naturally be exceptional. Thanks to that, we were able to install sufficient drainage facilities in the southern plains in about a week, albeit makeshift. One of the drainage facilities even used a teleport gate to instantly transport the sucked-in water back to the Black Lake. No matter how much the enemy commander uses a special skill like Stormy Sea to pour down showers from the sky, through the large-scale drainage facilities, the water barely pools on the ground before being treated as wastewater. But that's not all. I looked up at the sky. While one side of the sky was pouring seawater due to Stormy Sea, right in the mid-heavens, the sun was shining brightly. It was the effect of Guardy's Blessing that I activated for this stage. Guardy's Blessing, a day of good sunlight. The effect is as literal as it gets. For today, during daylight hours, the weather is clear without a single cloud. The hot sun of the southern region's early autumn beats down all day long. Not only does this reduce the effect of Stormy Sea, which requires overcast skies, but the sunlight is also hot enough to rapidly evaporate any pooled water. And that's not all. Intense sunlight is practically a debuff for specters and ghosts. For these ghost pirates who invaded during the day, sunny weather is an excellent counter. And yet, that's not all. It sounds like a continuous line from a food show introducing secret recipes. But anyway, I'm not done preparing yet. Ha-dash! On top of the walls, Junior gathered her strength and pushed her staff forward, followed by young magicians gathering magical power and lifting their staffs. Whoosh! A fierce wind arose, blowing back the falling droplets of water. In our camp, we have magicians who can control wind and water elements. They create wind to evaporate the raindrops, and even if some manage to pool and try to advance, they are pushed back with water element control, magically blocking the seawater advance. Even the artifact for blasting gales from Stage 4 made a reappearance after a long time, assisting in this operation. Drainage facilities, sunlight, elemental magic. With a triple filter, we blocked the seawater from rushing in, and as a result, not a single drop of rainwater rose in the southern plains. No seawater on the ground. Thud! Thud thud. Ghost ships cannot advance. Our monsoon countermeasures were meticulous, and eventually, all 12 eerie turquoise pirate ships had to stop in the southern plains. And the halted ghost ships. Fire! Sink them all right here on this land. Boom! Whoosh boom! They became easy targets for our crossfire. Our side's bombardment rained down on the rotten and twisted hulls of the ghost ships. I could clearly see the ghost pirates being swept away by the explosions, screaming as they died. Fire! 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 Don't hold back. Fire away. Until the cannons melt down. Until all the ghosts reach oblivion's beyond. Fire dash. Though sudden, there's an interesting story in the annals of the Joseon dynasty. In the 17th year of Songjong's reign, 1486, there was a rumor that a ghost had appeared in the house of Zhang Chongsun, who had retired from being the prime minister. The officials then suggested to King Songjong, "We respectfully request that you drive it away with artillery." To capture a ghost, strong in yin energy with yang energy, they proposed a bold idea to fire a cannon at the house of the former prime minister. Though King Songjong rejected the idea, making it a non-event, it suggests that in the Joseon dynasty, one of the methods to exorcise ghosts involved using cannons. Long story short, cannons are the most effective remedy against ghosts. A method proven since the Joseon dynasty dash. What a spot-on method, spot on. Above the immobilized ghost ships, flowers of fire beautifully blossomed. Despite being bombarded by our firepower, the ghost ships, with their eerie wails, took it all. Had they been ordinary ships, they would have been destroyed to dust long ago. But these were cursed ghost ships. Kaya! Ka! Surrounding specters rushed to block the cannonballs, oxidizing in the process, and sea monsters used their giant tentacles and sturdy shells to mitigate the impact of the explosions. Despite being hammered several times by Crossroads' proud crossfire, the ghost ships were holding on. Annoyed, I clicked my tongue. They're surprisingly sturdy, these bastards. My lord. That's when Lucas cautiously spoke to me. The amount of water our drainage facilities are capable of handling is less than the amount pouring from the sky. For now, we're managing, but if this continues, eventually the drainage facilities will be overwhelmed, and they'll be able to advance again. I glanced at the gate opened in the sky by Stormy Sea. We're using a teleport gate on our side to drain the water, but it seems the amount pouring from their gate is more. In any case, we must decide the battle before the drainage facilities reach their capacity. So it's a time attack again. My lord. Lucas gave me a faint smile as I was grinding my teeth. How about we execute the second phase of the plan a bit earlier? I gestured towards Lucas. You sure? Of course. Just give the order. Lucas lightly tapped the bestowed sword hanging at his waist. I've been itching for some action. All right. I rubbed my hands together and grinned, then said, let's use the second phase of the operation. Operation Dropship, a beat earlier. Fire back. How long are we going to just take hits? On the flagship of the Ghost Fleet, a subordinate pirate yelled at the captain. We should at least return fire. Are we going to keep getting beaten like fools? Legion Commander Bernard Poker was just silently drinking his booze. Cannonballs were falling all around, and the ship was in chaos with fires, but he just kept drinking. A frustrated subordinate pirate was pulling his hair out. We're all going to die if we just sit here. Why are you doing nothing? Just shut up and wait. Calmly swallowing his drink, Poker looked up at the seawater pouring from the sky. The sea is infinite. No matter what tricks they use, eventually they will open the path for us. Just wait for the right wave. Wait for what? The ship's about to burst. Oh no! At that moment, another subordinate came rolling in, shouting, "Captain, report. Ship number 1 and ship number 12 have declared a mutiny. They say they can't follow your orders anymore. Those damn fools are always causing trouble. What are they trying to do without listening to me? They say they can't just keep taking hits like this. They're going to return fire with our cannons at the walls of the human city. Good. Let's all watch together and see how well this counterattack works." Creaking. Simultaneously, ships number 1 and 12, positioned at either end of the fleet, slowly turned their hulls. Eventually, having rotated 90 degrees, the two ghost ships aligned their cannons on the sides towards the walls of Crossroad and fired. Bang! Boom boom! The cannonballs from the two ghost ships drew parabolas in the air, heading towards the walls of Crossroad. Following the trajectory of the cannonballs, the two subordinate pirates shouted at the same time. Did they hit? Chapter 418. Did they hit? However, the cannonballs, as they flew, didn't even reach the walls but exploded upon hitting the ground. Whoosh boom! Poker clicked his tongue in disdain as his subordinates, mouths agape, watched the spectacle. Those idiots don't even know the range of our cannons. Hey, hundreds of years have passed since we died. How much do you think artillery has advanced since then? Shit. Now our cannons are just short-ranged, powerless antiques. The point where the ghost ships had run aground was precisely near the maximum range of Crossroads cannons. The defenders on the human side had deliberately set a trap in this area. Naturally, compared to the upgraded cannons of Crossroad, the range of the pirates' cannons they used in life was inferior. The very idea of responding to their fire with our fire was flawed from the start. Since when did our fleet engage in artillery battles? Return fire, wake up, idiots. Whether before or after death, we only rely on ramming and close-quarters combat. As Poker was clucking his tongue, boom, boom boom, cannons from the Crossroad walls bombarded ships number 1 and 12. Having exposed their broadsides to aim their cannons, they were now vulnerable, and Crossroads' superior cannon fire poured into their exposed flanks. Boom boom boom. The two ships couldn't withstand it and were torn apart by the explosions. Watching the rising pillars of fire, the two subordinate pirates were agape. Poker grumbled and opened another bottle of liquor. Those idiots forgot that our ship's defensive black magic is concentrated on the bow. Sigh, with the ships immobile and exposing their sides, of course they'd be easy targets. Ships number 1 and 12, they're sunk. Ah, burning well, burning well. Watching the two ships burn without leaving any shape behind, Poker patted his thick belly. With our mobility blocked, the best we can do is to stick out the bow, covered in defensive black magic, give power to the ship, and wait for the seawater to rise again. If only they listened to me, who even in my dreams thinks of snacks for drinks. But these damn fools always disobey and end up dead. Whether before or after death, still a bunch of idiots. Poker, fuming, chugged down the liquor in his hand. That's when it happened. Captain, what now? What is it this time? A third subordinate pirate crawled over on all fours. He shouted, "Ships number 3 and 10 have mutinied. They say they're tired of your smartalecky ways. Really turning over a new leaf with their cute little tantrums. Where would they find a more humble pirate than me? So what now? They want to return fire like the first two ships. No, they say they can't just sit around taking hits." The subordinate pirate pointed towards those ships. "They're jumping off." Looking in that direction, it was quite a sight. "Disembark. Run towards the walls. Disembark." Pirates from ships number 3 and 10 cheered as they ran towards the walls of Crossroad. Giant octopuses and squids wriggled as they followed behind. The first to capture the walls will be the new captain of the fleet. I'll be the new captain, and we'll banish that cowardly, piss-scared Poker. That alcoholic bastard was a pain from the start. Rebellion rocks. Looting rocks. Kaya-ho! Watching his foolish subordinates abandon their ships and run towards the walls, Poker shook his head. Those brainless, disorganized idiots. Where did they sell their brains? The strength of the Ghost Pirate Legion comes from the Ghost Fleet. Which fortress would ever fear pirates running on foot after disembarking from their ships? And it happened just as Poker predicted. Bang! Crack zap. The ghost pirates stepped on mines and exploded. PSHH. PSHH. Thud thud thud. They became like porcupines under a barrage of arrows. Bang! Bang! Whoosh! And were burnt to a crisp by the flames spewed from a skull artifact. Not even reaching the walls, the pirates from ships number 3 and 10 were annihilated. Poker sighed deeply and waved dismissively. Right? Better for you lot to die here, yeah. How could blockheads like you follow in the wake of my great journey ahead? The mutinous ghost ships number 1, 3, 10, and 12, along with their pirate crews, were finished. The rest of the fleet and pirates obediently watched Poker's actions, opting to stay put as ordered. And this proved to be an effective choice. These ghost ships, fanatically devoted to ramming tactics, had concentrated all their durability in the bow. If they rammed headfirst, even walls could be smashed due to their insane sturdiness. This was due not only to the quality materials, various black magics, and curses of the specters that were generously applied to the bow, but also because their ships' bows could not be destroyed. All the pirates genuinely believed this without a hint of doubt. As a result, after death, these ghost ships resurrected as giant monsters, and their bows obtained transcendental defensive power. Most of the bombardment from Crossroads walls was blocked by these bows, with only a few stray cannonballs striking the ship's bodies. The pirates lying flat on the ships began to think. Can we actually withstand this? Perhaps, just as the captain said, if they endured until the seawater rose again, we can still do this. As the pirates exchanged confident smiles, it happened. Toot 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 toot. A large mechanical sound started to come from high above. The pirates looked up in confusion. Ha! Against the dazzling sun, amidst the pouring storm, something resembling a clunky hunk of metal was flying towards them. What's that? Poker squinted, then widened his eyes in disbelief. A flying ship? A relic from the past like these ghost ships, but a modern airship, fully refurbished. The Geronimo was making a wide turn approaching the ghost fleet. With deafening noise from its 2 propellers, Geronimo approached ghost ship number 2 first. Ship number 1 was already destroyed, and ship number 3 had been annihilated. Isolated between them, ship number 2 was helpless on its own. As the pirates panicked above, click-dash, the hatch of the airship opened, and 5 figures dropped down in succession. Yahoo! Time to jump. Wait, did I ever mention I have acrophobia? Quiet, kid. You're too big for whining. Jump now. Even so, kicking someone off. This is why dragons are. Evangeline, Kuilin, Duskbringer, Verdandi. 4 of them landed first, followed by the last. Swoosh. Phew. Lucas, with his blonde hair fluttering, landed lightly and straightened his tousled hair. Composed entirely of party leaders, Crossroads' strongest vanguard of 5 descended onto the ship. With weapons drawn, the 5 looked leisurely at the encircling ghost pirates. Operation Dropship. HRRK. Lucas unsheathed the blade of light, bestowed sword, from his waistband and calmly commanded, "Let's begin." At the same time, pirates holding their own weapons swarmed in from all directions. Whoa! These damned knights think they can just barge in here, jumping into our ship without fear, you living fools. You don't value your lives, huh? Ha! Now that you've come to this hell's mouth, join us in hell. However, the pirates couldn't even get close to the party of 5. Bang! 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 From the open hatch of the airship Geronimo, A sniper seated at an angle began firing with a long rifle in hand. It was Damien. Despite the violently shaking and flying airship, Damien's shots were precise, shattering the pirates' cores without error. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The airship's guns also spat fire. The pirates couldn't even get close to the party of 5, being torn to shreds before they could. In the midst of this, the 5-member Special Forces team charged forward relentlessly. Capture the helm. Waiting in front of the ship's helm were the captain of ship number 2 and her direct subordinates. Furthermore, a giant crab armored like a tank and numerous swirling specters surged towards the 5. You think you can take my ship, you brazen fools? I am the captain of the Ghost Raiding Fleet ship number 2. The large female pirate, about to introduce herself, was cut off mid-sentence. Bang! A magic bullet fired by Damien had pierced her neck, spilling white ectoplasm instead of blood. She could only mutter, "That's dirty," before collapsing. Bang! Bang! Following Damien's sniper support, the specters scattered, screaming horribly. The 5 heroes advanced effortlessly. Thump! Thud-thud! A giant crab approached the 5, swinging its pincers like maces. But no chance. Boom! Evangeline blocked the attack with her shield. Is this one seafood too? Would it taste good if cooked? Of course, it's a delicacy. I'll steam it myself after the battle. Thwack! Crack! Coolin's fist and Duskbringer's kick shattered its joints. Why would you eat a monster? Flash! Verdandi blinded it with a blink dagger slash and teleportation cut. And finally, Hewurg! Swoosh! Lucas's blade of light bisected the giant crab. Standing in front of the obliterated crab, Lucas remarked carefully, "If I knew it was edible, I would have sliced it more delicately. What a waste. This one's really tasty." Duskbringer genuinely lamented, while Evangeline and Coolin licked their lips in regret. Only Verdandi sweated coldly. Don't eat the monster. Let's focus on our original mission, anticipating the sashimi our Lord will serve later. Lucas soothed his team members, and they all nodded, looking towards the ship's helm. The pirates, who had been watching the terrifying performance of the human heroes, eyed each other before one asked, If we surrender, will you spare us?" Duskbringer let out a menacing laugh, spitting out a flame. "Do we look like we'll spare you?" "No, shit." Sigh. "This is why Mom told me to live a good life. But we're already dead, aren't we? If we die again, can we go see Mom?" "I dunno, not sure." The grumbling pirates suddenly screamed and charged. "Shall we go find out now? Mom, your unfilial son is coming to see you. Just a bunch of crazies." Facing them, the 5 vanguards brandished their weapons forward. The capture of ship number 2 was complete. Lucas, who had taken the helm, forcefully turned the bow. The helm of this ghost ship was a device that used magic to set the ship's direction, unlike the operational principles of a real ship. While there wasn't enough seawater to move forward, it was still possible to ignore the damage to the ship and turn it around. Creak, crack, crack. The sound of the ship's bottom scraping against the dry ground was chillingly resonant. After exposing the ship's side to Crossroads' line of fire, the 5-member assault team boarded the airship Geronimo and escaped. Operation complete. Boom, 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 whoosh, boom. Under the barrage of coordinated fire from Crossroad, ship number 2, with its side exposed, was reduced to ashes. Indifferently observing the destruction, Lucas lifted his head to look at the next target. We move to the next ship. Toot 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 toot. The hair of the heroes sitting in the airship's hatch whipped wildly in the wind, their eyes fiercely flashing. There were still many enemies left to deal with. And, whoosh, the storm in the sky continued to pour down seawater heavily. Looking up at the storm, Lucas then lowered his gaze and faintly furrowed his brow. Water was gradually accumulating on the plains. The drainage facilities were soon to reach their limit. Chapter 419. The seawater being poured by Stormy Sea is infinite. That's inevitable, considering it's a special technique that connects a point somewhere in the southern sea to the sky above us with a magic gate. The seawater will continue to be drawn until the sea itself runs dry. Likewise, the amount of water our drainage facilities can handle is theoretically infinite. One of our drainage facilities is also a teleport gate, directly discharging the collected water into the Black Lake. Despite this, water that the drainage facilities couldn't process began to accumulate on the ground. The reason is simple: the difference in the size of the gates. The gate of Stormy Sea is larger than the teleport gate of our drainage facilities. In other words, there is a difference in the size of the faucets. It means that the amount of water they pour out in the same amount of time is more than what we can drain. The drainage facilities are reaching their limit. The water is rising on the ground. As I heard these damp reports in succession, I moistened my parched lips with my tongue. Damn it, it's faster than I thought. Water is rising on the ground, and before their ships can move again, we have to destroy more of them. The cannons on the walls of Crossroad, ceaselessly firing, and the airship Geronimo conducting guerrilla warfare outside. And the still intact ghost ships. 7 more to go. Struggling to find a weakness in the stubbornly enduring enemy ships, I ground my teeth. Hang in there, guys. Boom, boom, boom. The small team of heroes aboard the airship Geronimo destroyed another ship. This time it was ship number 11. Positioned between the already annihilated ships number 10 and 12, it couldn't receive any support from other ghost pirates. That's the 6th one. We've taken down half of them. Lucas and Evangeline exchanged words while looking down at the ghost ship engulfed in flames. Ugh! Coolin, sitting at the edge of the hatch, retched. Alarmed, Verdandi rushed to his side. Are you okay, Coolin? Do you have an injury or something? No, it's just, I get seasick. After boarding and disembarking from the ghost ships repeatedly, I feel queasy. Seasickness on top of acrophobia. Everyone sweated as they looked at this beast tribe warrior, uncomfortable in both the sky and sea. Coolin murmured with a pale face. Land is good. Safe and comfortable ground. As this was happening, the airship Geronimo ascended rapidly, ready to start its next hunt. That's when Damien, loading magic bullets into his magic rifle, widened his eyes in surprise. Huh? The ships are starting to move. What? Everyone was startled and looked down towards the ghost ships. Has the water already filled up? Are they heading for the walls? No, it's not that. Damien, sweating, pointed to one of the ships. They're going backward? Upon closer inspection, it was indeed true. 2 of the twitching ships slowly reversed and then sharply turned, starting to rush not towards Crossroads walls, but in the opposite direction. As everyone watched this inexplicable scene in a daze, Duskbringer cautiously offered her opinion. Aren't they running away? Confused, Damien opened his mouth slightly. But fleeing the battlefield? No monster has ever. Well, they are pirates. At least the pirates I've dealt with always ran away when the battle turned against them. The other heroes were just as bewildered. All the monsters we've faced so far clung to their lives until the very end, obsessively trying to kill humans. While they might veer off course, none had ever run away. But these ones were fleeing. 2 of the pirate ships turned around and bolted without looking back. This was possible because the southern path, lacking drainage facilities, had gathered quite a bit of seawater. Those damn traitors. If you get caught, you'll all be executed. Ah! What's the worst they can do? Behead us twice. Farewell, Captain. We're off to find other prey. The pirates shouted amongst themselves. In this absurd situation, the other heroes were momentarily stunned, unsure how to react, but not Lucas. Lucas had already received a heads-up from Ash. The ghost pirates are known to flee when the battle turns against them. Ash had anticipated the possibility of fleeing enemies from the start. For now, it might seem okay to let them flee the front line, but these monsters will raid nearby towns and cities, and in the worst-case scenario, they could wreak havoc in the sea. It might seem right to let them escape in the context of defending Crossroad, but once a monster leaves the front line, it's much harder to track down and annihilate. The ghost pirates will abandon their ships when they reach water and hide around the world, causing damage. They must be stopped before that happens. So, Lucas, if any of the ghost ships attempt to flee, you must take responsibility and eliminate them. I trust you. Turn the airship around. Lucas shouted towards the cockpit of the airship. We're going to pursue those two ghost ships for a counterattack. The other startled heroes looked at Lucas. Evangeline objected. But if we leave the battlefield, the main defense line at Crossroad could be endangered. That side will be handled by our Lord. The Lord ordered us to prioritize preventing monsters from leaving this area. Toot 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 toot. The airship, with a heavy mechanical sound, began chasing the ghost ships. Lucas nodded. Let's quickly take them down before they get too far and return. Lucas was Ash's right hand and had been in command of the front line as a deputy commander for the past 6 months. Everyone stopped objecting to his command and started preparing for the next battle, though they couldn't help feeling uneasy. Even if we take down the two fleeing ships, for ghost ships remain at the walls. Verdandi looked back through the open hatch. From the sky, Crossroad looked like a lonely fortress standing alone, with eerie ghost ships still positioned in front of it. If the water rises and those 4 ghost ships begin their charge, between her fluttering green hair in the strong wind, Verdandi's eyes narrowed. Will Crossroad really be okay? Ships number 4 and 9 declared rebellion and left the battlefield. They've really taken off, Captain. Doing well, doing very well. Truly worthy of my elite fleet. Bernard Poker, dumbfounded, let out a hollow laugh, forgetting even to drink his liquor. Since the battle began, of the 12 ships, 6 had rebelled. 2 were sunk by coordinated fire after exposing their sides to return fire. 2 abandoned ship and ran towards the shore for a ground assault, only to be annihilated. And now 2 more were fleeing without looking back, and with 2 more destroyed by the humans' airship attack. A total of 8 ghost ships had vanished from the battlefield, leaving only 4 in the fray. They were the flagship, number 7, and the escort ships, numbers 5, 6, and 8. The atmosphere among the escort ships was already tense. Other pirates on the escort ships were whispering among themselves, casting wary glances in our direction. The pirates surrounding Poker gulped nervously. Captain, at this rate. I know. The guys on the escort ships are also sizing up a rebellion, aren't they? Poker smirked, not surprised by the turn of events. That's how pirates are. There's no loyalty or discipline. They are just a group of thieves banded together to fill their own bellies. They wouldn't hesitate to rebel or turn against their own for even a slightly larger share of the loot. Bernard Poker himself had risen to his position this way, and now it was the same. Half of his fleet was already burning or destroyed. The raid was a failure, so the desire to flee and seek another opportunity was naturally bubbling up. And there were certainly those among them who wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become the new captain. But even if it seems like everything's lost, as long as there's a penny left to gamble, Poker remained calm. As long as there's strength left to swing a sword in one last raid. Pop! He uncorked a new bottle of liquor, poured it into a glass he'd taken out from somewhere, and raised it to the sky, laughing. Because you can always turn your life around, no matter how much you've lost. Whoosh! Seawater was still cascading from the sky like a waterfall. And then, creak, creak, all the pirates felt it simultaneously. Water was rushing beneath the ships. After downing the liquor in his glass in one gulp, Poker smirked. No matter how much you lose, you can always win it back. Right, you bastards? Vroom! The rejuvenated ghost ship emitted a long, eerie sound, almost like the cry of a whale. The pirates all cheered in unison. The water has risen on the ground. The humans' drainage facilities have reached their limits. We can move, Captain. Can move? Then what are you waiting for? Poker stood up, laughing ominously. It's time to make them pay for tying us down and beating us. Shah. Stretching out his hand, Poker commanded. Fleet, full speed ahead. The pirates, who until moments ago were rebelling and ready to kill each other, now worked together to move the ship, as if nothing had happened. Let's return the anguish they've given us. And Bernard Poker, who until recently was lying on the ground like a drunken fool, now stood up, emanating a terrifying aura, and bellowed loudly, fitting of a Nightmare Legion commander. Ram them with full force into their walls. Whoosh! The seawater, having surpassed the capacity of the drainage facilities, finally surged and flooded the ground. And that was enough. The 4 ghost ships immediately began their advance. Through the storm, the 4 ghost ships cut through the ground and charged towards the fortress walls. A moment of silence swept over the walls. Even the experienced soldiers who had repelled countless monsters were momentarily stunned by this bizarre sight. Turning the land into sea, the giant ships wrapped in specters and flying the ghost ship surged forward. Fire! Stop them! Boom! 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 The cannons on the walls fired in unison. Not just the cannons, but also ballistae, automatic defense turrets, and various artifacts were mobilized to unleash all their firepower on the ghost ships. Bang! Crack! Crunch! The ghost ships were shattered. Having been bombarded in place for a long while, the ship's durability had long reached its limit. Under the rain of cannonballs and a barrage of magic, the ship's masts broke, outer walls flew off, decks collapsed, and the forecastles burned fiercely. Yet they did not stop. On the torn ships, the pirates sang as they pressed forward. They were above the sea, with prey right before their eyes to plunder. Bang! Crack! Boom! Escort ship number 5 couldn't withstand the onslaught and was the first to sink. Creak, creak! Boom! Ships number 6 and 8, leading the way, got caught in the long chain traps set in front of the crossroad fortress. Their bottoms were torn open, and they were engulfed in fierce flames, slowly coming to a halt. But ship number 7, the flagship under Poker's direct control at the helm, withstood the fortress's concentrated fire. It endured everything thrown at it. The name of my ship is the Flying Dutchman. Poker, with a deep, resounding voice as if coming from hell, laughed heartily. Let me show you why it's called flying. Whoosh! And then the ship flew. The sail, adorned with a black, burning skull, emitted an ominous light and then released an immense magical force, defying gravity for a moment. Ship number 7, the Flying Dutchman, momentarily hovered in the air, effortlessly avoiding the chain traps, and then, boom! Its massive and sturdy bow crashed directly into the walls of the fortress. The walls of the fortress crumbled like clay. Finally, the monstrous legion reached the human walls. Chapter 420. Boom! The figurehead of the siren on the ship's prow smashed through the fortress's walls in one fell swoop. Ship number 7, the flagship and Bernard Poker's command ship, the Flying Dutchman, had finally reached the human walls. Fantastic! The pirates on the ship cheered in unison. Of the 12 ships, only this one had reached its destination, but the pirates were neither frustrated nor afraid. They were few in number, but at least one ship had penetrated the enemy's defenses. Pirates are inherently a breed that seizes from others. They board enemy ships, plunder goods, people, weapons, and ultimately even the enemy's ships themselves, making them their own. Now that they had reached the walls, all they needed to do was capture them. And more importantly, Ruhr, the flagship of the Ghost Fleet, the Flying Dutchman, housed a formidable ocean monster, the Kraken. This first cephalopod creature, resembling a mix between an octopus and a squid, was thousands of times larger in size. Release the Kraken. Show them the terror of the deep. Let's go. As the pirates opened the doors to the deep storage where the Kraken was sealed, mysteriously fitting in such a small space, the overwhelmingly large tentacled monster burst out. Crack! Crunch! The monster erupted with such ferocity that it seemed it would shatter the ship's hull. A few pirates were instantly torn apart by the movement, but the others didn't care. Prepare for hand-to-hand combat. It's party time. To the human world, we return. Armed with knives, pistols, and hooks, the pirates swarmed out of the ship. The Kraken would first sweep the fortress walls, and then the remaining ghost pirates would exterminate any survivors, a familiar tactic, yet as they disembarked and climbed the ruined walls. "Ha! What's this?" Bewildered groans escaped the pirates' lips, because on top of the walls, there was not a single, not even one human defender in sight. The cannons, ballistae, and artifacts that had been firing just moments ago were also gone, vanished without a trace. What is this? A ghastly trick, even for ghosts like us? While they themselves were phantoms, such exclamations naturally slipped out. And as the confused ghost pirates looked around, they soon discovered. Just behind the walls they had struggled to reach and demolish, stood a taller and thicker real wall. I smirked. Indeed, the walls that the pirates had struggled to overcome and finally smash through were the magical walls I had summoned with Imperial Edict. This ultimate skill originally summoned a small circular fortress, but the shape of the fortress could be modified at will. So, this time, I gathered all the walls of the magical fortress and stacked them as high as possible in a line, in front of Crossroads' main fortress walls, as a kind of decoy wall. I also reinforced it with spare steel plates and bricks, using the construction magic of defense towers. Real soldiers, cannons, artifacts, and the like were all fought from atop these walls. Naturally, the invaders would believe these to be the real walls and charge at them. From the beginning, I knew you would attempt a ramming tactic. The Ghost Pirate Legion is a group of madmen fanatically fixated on ramming and hand-to-hand combat tactics, even unto death. Therefore, to prevent any harm to our side even if these walls collapsed, I had set up my magical walls as bait. Moreover, this magic barrier can be transformed and moved at my will. SSSSHH. Click. Clack. In the early stages of the defense battle, I had the soldiers fight on top of this decoy wall. The moment those ghost ships reached this magic barrier, just as they attempted their ramming tactics, I manipulated the wall with my will, moving all the soldiers and equipment on the wall to the real wall of Crossroad. It was a clever trick made possible because the real wall and the decoy wall were very close to each other. As a result, this decoy wall strategy worked splendidly. The ghost pirates bit the bait with all their might, while our soldiers and equipment safely moved to the real wall. If you're going to bite the bait with all your might, I smirked and snapped my fingers. Now you should be hooked and pulled ashore, shouldn't you? Snap. With the sound of my snapping fingers. Rumble, rumble. The magic wall collapsed all at once. I deactivated Imperial Edict, and the decoy wall set outside Crossroads' real wall crumbled away like sand. Naturally. Arg dash. Hold tight. Are we falling? The pirates and Kraken on the decoy wall also fell helplessly down. Boom, rumble, rumble. Bang and crash. The ghost ship, knocked to the ground, broke apart with a nasty sound. The pirates and Kraken that spilled out with it also smashed into the ground and shattered. Watching those tumbling down, I raised my hand. All troops, prepare to fire. As soon as the soldiers returned to the real wall, they quickly realigned their cannons and artifacts. The aligned soldiers reported ready to fire in turn. I nodded vigorously. Let the pirates know. There is only one thing we have for them. Swiftly, I stretched my hand forward and shouted. Nothing but death. Boom. Baboom. Crossroads' proud crossfire rained down once again on their heads. Boom. Bang and crash. We fell for it beautifully. Bernard Poker commented dryly. Using a capsized pirate ship as cover, the surviving pirates were crouching down low, dodging the shells pouring down from above. Repaying what's owed, if you keep repeating it, eventually your luck runs out and you fail. Looks like this time is that time. Their last gamble had failed. Poker and his pirate crew had always managed to pull off a big score after suffering huge losses, but this time, they failed in their final attempt. Shells exploded all around, igniting fires. Poker chuckled softly. I'm reminded of that day, in the midst of a stormy sea, when we faced the Allied fleet that came to destroy us. Are you speaking of our last battle, Captain Poker? That battle was really tremendous, Captain. As his subordinates agreed, Poker looked at them with disbelief. Tremendous? What's so tremendous, you fools? We were horribly torn apart by the allied bastards from all sides. It was like a mackerel surrounded by a swarm of sharks. But, isn't it okay to romanticize our last battle just a bit? Let's say we died fighting bravely. We lost, but fought well, as if it was glorious. The Poker pirate crew itself was a legion of ghosts that had been drowned and killed in the sea. They were spirits wandering endlessly in search of unfortunate victims crossing the stormy night sea. To exterminate these spirits, an allied force was formed, and Poker's pirate crew did not evade but collided with them. The result was a complete annihilation. Until the very end, running away dirty and ugly, the tattered ship, battered by the pursuers' gunfire, finally got caught on a reef and ran aground. Bernard Poker and his pirate crew were at last submerged in the deep sea. I felt something similar when fighting those allied forces. Several bottles of liquor rolled out from the fallen ship's storage. Poker uncorked a bottle and threw one to each of his surviving subordinates. They knew our tactics, and we, who were beautifully sucked into the trap, were completely eradicated. Those humans, not fearing nor bowing to monsters like us, fought till the end and seized victory. Impressive, those human bastards. Haha. Poker clinked his bottle with his surviving subordinates. Pitiful clink echoed. Yeah, in the end, it's humans who should win. After gulping down the liquor, Poker wiped his mouth and laughed bitterly. If monsters like us become the final victors, it would turn into a terrible world with nothing left to plunder, wouldn't it? The world should belong to humans. We just wanted to live modestly, scraping a little from the corner. His subordinates silently emptied their bottles, listening to their captain's words. They all sensed it. This game was a loss. Complete, irrevocable defeat. That's when it happened. Quadash! A monstrous roar echoed. Everyone looked in shock towards the sound. The Kraken, this ancient sea monster, with its overwhelming stamina and mysterious regenerative power, was raising its body again. Thud! Thud! Boom! And it started moving its massive body towards the wall of the human realm. The crossfire of Crossroad shifted towards the Kraken. Even as it was torn to shreds by the barrage of shells, the Kraken stubbornly advanced, drawing all human eyes towards it. Seems there's still some stake left in this game. Poker, having finished his bottle, quietly placed it down and sprang to his feet. All hands, get aboard. We go once more. His subordinates, with startled eyes, looked at their captain. Poker grinned, revealing his yellow, rotten teeth. The storm is still raging, and my ship can still move. Then shouldn't we charge? With similarly rotten grins, his subordinates poured the remaining liquor down their throats and stood up abruptly. How many of us pirates are still breathing? 6, Captain. Enough to maneuver the ship. Poker extended his hand towards the capsized ship. Then, the ghost ship let out a heavy, moaning sound and righted itself. Poker and his men agilely climbed aboard. Let's go. For the final ramming dash. Flap. The tattered sail, beyond recognition, caught the storm wind. Holes riddled the hull, not a single part unscathed. Even the siren statue at the bow was broken in half. But the ghost ship moved. Quoo! The Kraken, which had been drawing attention, collapsed with a miserable scream, crushed to pieces. In that gap, the ghost ship caught the tailwind and accelerated, once again charging towards the wall of the human realm. The ghost ship is moving again. Fire!
Pourrit laut.
Stop them dash! Cannons, ballistae, and artifacts, which had been intercepting the Kraken, now furiously fired towards the ghost ship. Despite taking all the hits, the ship, now in unrecognizable pieces, still managed to leap towards the wall. Remember this well, humans. The name of the ship that will thrust its blade into your wall is... Amidst the flying rotten with splinters, Bernard Poker, holding the ship's wheel to the end, shouted out. The Flying Dutchman dash. Just as the risen ghost ship's prow was about to finally reach the real wall of Crossroad. To dash. A heavy mechanical sound resounded from the side. Bang dash. Something struck the Flying Dutchman from the side. The prow of the ghost ship, which was about to hit Crossroads' wall, was pushed aside by the impact. What? Amidst the scattered fragments of the pirate ship, Bernard Poker turned his head to the side. The thing that flew in from somewhere and pushed his ghost ship away was, a flying warship from Crossroad. It was the Geronimo. Beside the cockpit of the warship, a Knight Lucas, shaking his head slightly, came into Poker's view. That won't do. Whoosh dash. Enormous flames burst from the thrusters mounted on the rear of Geronimo, and in mid-air, the warship pushed the ghost ship aside with overwhelming force. Ha ha! A hollow laugh formed on Bernard Poker's lips. After all, if the desperate gambles he threw always worked, he would never have become such a monstrous figure in the first place. Creak, crack, bang. With a snapping sound, the Flying Dutchman exploded violently.